Years ago, when my kids were young, I discovered a classic story called The Canterville Ghost. Um, we watched a TV show movie, made-for-TV movie that had it. It had Sir John Gielgud as the ghost, and it had some characters that you would recognize later. I can't recall the gal's name. She was in the show Charmed, if you ever saw the earlier version of that one. But then I saw that there had been a 1940s one done, set in England during World War II, and then there was a Patrick Stewart version that was done. And the story captivated me, the idea of this ghost that was stuck haunting this English castle, and then a bunch of Americans come in and they don't believe in ghosts, and they have all these modern things and how they disrupt everything. And the ghost in the story is actually, it's a comedy, and the ghost is quite a sympathetic guy. Something had happened that, depending on which version of the story you're listening to, he held some responsibility for and carried a great weight for it. And it's a story of redemption and about how this young American girl ends up helping this ghost to find his peace and forgiveness for the things that he had done when he lived. And so that idea was the inspiration for the original novella called A Savage Ghost. In this particular case, it's an Irish castle that was transplanted to the US and happened to bring the ghost with them. But it is, once again, the story of a family who has people who don't believe in the ghost, but some who can see him. And the ghost is a sympathetic character. It's not I guess in the beginning it might be a little bit scary, but you open up getting to see the ghost's point of view in my book. And so when I wrote more in this world, this little world that we created, I needed to update that story, and I wanted to make it longer. I had word limitations since it started its life as part of a collection of ghost stories. And so I finally had that opportunity, and what was nice is that because I had written other books set in this world, I had the opportunity to bring those people in, and I think it makes for a richer story, a richer environment, and I have intentions to write more in it. The fun thing for me is the fact that it's this family of twins. They have all these twins. Now, I have twins in my family. They're fraternal, not identical. But I looked it up, and I was surprised to see that there are families that do have that tradition that go in. In this particular case, they had 2 sets of fraternal twins and 1 set of identical twins. It makes for a fun story. I think the family's cute. They love each other. They get along. That's kind of a big deal for me when I write about families, whether they're family by blood or a family by, people who learn to love each other and do that. And I am actually writing my next Safe Harbors book, where it will take place in this venue, because the family inherited not only the castle, which is in northern Washington, but they also inherited 500 acres and have created a historical theme park where the castle is a part of that. And I have a book currently, as at the time of this recording. It's actually for free. You can find it at Prolific Works. It's called Don't Kiss the Princess, and is actually the romance, the happily ever after, for the older brother of the twins, the oldest twins. That's for Heath. Ghost of an Inheritance takes place about 3 years before that book does, and is the oldest daughter's love story. Anyway, I hope you enjoy it. I have loved this family and this location. I want to go visit there. Seriously, I want to take a vacation and go to Wildstone Heritage Park. So enjoy.
Ghost of an Inheritance, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Hugh directed his attention to the haze which should be the main hearth, and willed it to take shape. At first, nothing changed. Narrowing his eyes, he increased his concentration. The blur sharpened into focus, and 'twas his fireplace. They had failed to keep him away. Not permanently. How long had it been? Only on rare occasions had he interacted with the interlopers who had stolen his home. He stood to his full height and straightened the ghostly cape of his Irish regimental uniform. At long last, after struggling for much too long, he had triumphed and found his sense of self again. The fiend would now face the wrath of the true owner of the Savage citadel. But would they? True, he had regained some of his power. Too little of his power. It should not take all his strength to simply take form. Perhaps 'twas like when he had been ill, and spent many long days in a sick bed. It had only happened to him once, but he had required weeks to regain his vigour. It appeared Hugh must work to restore his strength. But where to begin? 'Twas not his ability to be present, which he must improve upon, but his power to haunt. He turned his attention to the small framed painting sitting on the mantel. It had an odd shine to it. Scowling, he peered more closely. The men wore uniforms Hugh did not recognize, and stood before a strange carriage, of a type he would have only imagined in a nightmare. How much time had passed since they had ripped him away from his castle? Irritated at himself for his interest in the painting, Hugh shook his head. He extended his arm toward the mantel, thinking to run his fingers along the top. They passed through the stone instead. He curled his lip as he focused his energy on his hand. It turned solid. Smirking to himself, he wrapped his fingers around the wooden frame of the picture and lifted it into the air. Success! He crowed, for once carrying not a whit. Such a sound was beneath his dignity. A gasp from behind startled him, and his hand turned translucent again. Without substance, his fingers lost their grip. The picture crashed to the hearth and shattered. Livid, he spun, refocusing his power. He fueled his will with anger and, for the first time in a very long time, felt his entire body take form. The grey-haired woman gave a satisfying shriek before covering her mouth with her hands. "Remove yourself from my home at once," he commanded, his voice menacing. He kicked a piece of the broken frame, and it flew toward her. With a cry, the maid ducked and ran from the room. Hugh straightened his cape again and turned back to the fireplace. With more confidence, he traced his fingers along the mantel. Memories came rushing back as he did so. They had disassembled his home. With every stone they had carried away, it had been as though bits of him disappeared until he was merely a single thought, drifting and lost, tied always to the citadel. How long had he been trapped in this purgatory state? Neither heaven nor hell, neither here nor there. Away from all he had left of his sweet little Moira, he ran his hand along the mantel again, this time searching for the pattern. His breath caught. 'Twas not here. Frantic, he felt his way along the stonework again. Nothing. What had they done with it? Hugh howled his rage. Chapter 2. I leaned my head against the minivan window, wishing my earbuds would block out the sound of my younger brothers in the front seat. I loved the little punks. I really did. But after 2 days stuck in the car with their video game debates, I wanted to strangle one of them, or both of them. To keep from saying something I'd regret, I gnawed on one of my only remaining fingernails. "Lia, you have to stop doing that." Heath reached over with his foot and nudged mine. I glared at my twin from the corner of my eyes, but quit biting the nail. "What's bothering you now?" he asked. Like he didn't know. All my pent-up frustration swelled to the surface. I shifted in the seat to face him, a snarky answer on my lips. Before I said anything, though, he raised a hand and signaled for me to keep my voice down. Well, he raised it as high as he could with a sleeping 7-year-old sister leaning against his arm. It'd serve him right if she drooled all over the open laptop before him. I took a deep breath and pushed down my feelings once again. Only a few weeks ago, I'd had the world before me. A job which would help to finance my dream to start a business of my own. Then, like a line of dominoes, my plans had collapsed, one after the other. First, my father had inherited property in Washington State from a distant relative we'd only heard stories about, but none of us had met. The something-or-other cousin, once removed, had spent his career in the military and never had a family of his own, leaving Dad as his closest relative. My family had begun arrangements to move there. Then I'd lost my job. "Why can't we feel the same way about this move?" I vented, hating that I was the odd man out in my family. "That's right. Just say it out loud." Heath's whisper turned into his teasing, mocking tone, the one he'd always used to get me out of a bad temper. "You've only ranted about this, 100 times already?" I turned away, stung. For the 20 years of our lives, he'd always been my balance, helping me keep things in perspective. But he could be a royal pain, too, especially with his brutal honesty. He was right. I had made it perfectly clear to everyone that I didn't want the family to move. Still, I didn't like hearing him say it. "I don't have to be here, you know." "Since you're unemployed, it's not like you have anywhere else to go." Heath grimaced as soon as he'd said the words. My eyes burned. I turned away to watch the trees pass by. I'd lost more than my job when they'd laid me off, and he knew it. Punk. "I'm sorry." Heath's voice had softened, all the edge gone. "That came out harsher than I had meant it to." Melly shifted in the seat between us, and I reached down to brush the curls from her little face. Her frail, skinny legs dangled over the seat. The worst thing about all of this was that I rarely went all negative. Transplanting my family so far away, though, had sucked all the positive from my heart. I wished I could be more like Melly, with her simple acceptance and joy about the grand adventure before my family. Guilt battled with the selfishness of my unhappiness. Yes, my family was willing to leave Sacramento and our life there, and where I'd planned to open my business someday. Yes, I'd have to postpone my dreams. At the same time, Dad had inherited a castle, a real castle. Who takes apart an Irish castle and reconstructs it in northern Washington in the mid to late 1800s? Some psycho savage ancestor, of course. Help me be happy about this, Heath? All right. He turned thoughtful. As usual, his nerdy black-rimmed glasses had slipped down his nose, and a longish strand of hair kept falling into his eyes. "Answer this. Is it really so hard for you to help Mom and Dad for a few months?" "No." I leaned my head against the window. "Then what are you really afraid of?" That I'll get stuck in Washington and never make it back home, I whispered, thinking of the culinary certificate I'd earned right before I'd lost my job. I've said this before. He shot me a smug glance for emphasis. Look at it as a temporary summer job. Heath had said something like that before, but I'd blown it off. I heaved out a breath. He was right, again. I hate it when he was right. Still, as I accepted the truth of his words, the horrible sense of being in prison eased a little for the first time since the letter had come from the attorney. Haven't Mom and Dad waited long enough for their dream to come true? Heath asked. Let's help them and just enjoy this summer together. I heard the word last, even though he didn't say it. Our last summer together. And there it hung in the air, the ultimate reason I detested this amazing thing happening to us. Sure, Dad had inherited hundreds of acres, including a castle. I should be happy for him. And I was. But an inheritance shouldn't pull our family in different directions. In Sacramento, we'd had a good life. After a few lean years, Dad's construction industry had taken off again. Plus, we had friends there, a support group. Some of us even had plans. For more than a year, my best friend Taylor and I had talked about opening our own dessert boutique. Then the letter from the attorney had come, and I'd been the rope in a tug-of-war, pulled back and forth. Stay with the family I loved, or pursue my dream. If my parents had sold the Washington property and kept the family business instead, I'd have been able to do both. It hadn't been hard for Heath. 2 years ago, he'd barely blinked at turning down a scholarship to Berkeley, tempting as it'd been. He'd decided he'd rather get his computer science degree online than make a 3-hour commute round trip, and he didn't want to live in the Bay Area. It was too far from family. I sighed again. Too far from family. When I returned to Sacramento to open the business with Taylor, they wouldn't be nearby. Heath shifted, pulling me from my musings. Here, I said, let her rest on me so you can work on your assignment. Thanks. Heath eased his arm from behind Melly. With care, I shifted her. Up front, Mom said something to the boys, and they all laughed. She glanced into the rearview mirror, and our gazes met. She winked, looking happier than she had since we'd lost Melly's twin, Phoebe. Mom had helped with the books for Dad's construction business. Besides being a super organizer, she had a brilliant eye for design. My parents had talked for years about buying a big house and turning it into a bed and breakfast. With Dad's building skills and Mom's decorating, it'd be a perfect combination. Inheriting the castle really was a dream come true for them. I needed to stop fighting my decision to come with them for the summer. Like Heath had said, there'd been little choice once my employer had laid me off. It took money to open a dessert boutique. I might as well work for my father in Washington as for a stranger in Sacramento. It could be our last summer together. The thought made my eyes sting. I reached across Melly and gave Heath's shoulder a little push. That's better, he grinned. Up ahead, Dad slowed the large moving truck. Do you think we're here? I whispered, but Heath only shrugged. I peered into the heavily wooded area which surrounded us, hoping to see something besides trees. The forest made giant green and brown walls on both sides of the highway. If the road had been any narrower, the effect would have been claustrophobic. Look, Heath pointed to a side lane that the truck ahead was turning onto. A quaint, stone-carved sign stood on the shoulder of the road, almost overwhelmed by the growth. A corner had broken off, giving it a feeling of antiquity and welcome. It stated only the name of the village, Wildstone. and the distance, 1 mile. "Check it out!" Eli and Joel had taken notice and plastered their faces against the windows. "Sick!" They pointed to another, newer sign just beyond the inviting stone one. "Keep out, private property." "That's a little ominous," I muttered. "I'd say curious, not ominous." Heath shot me his big brother behave look, like the extra 10 minutes he'd been alive made him all-knowing or something. Fine. I really should stop seeing bad omens in everything. I gave Melly a gentle shake. "Wake up, sleepyhead. I think we're almost there." "Where?" Melly jerked upright, her head darting back and forth between the windows to look outside. "There are just trees." "We'll be there soon." Heath pointed to a map he had on his laptop. As we drove on, at first only more forest surrounded us. Then the tree tunnel opened on a large, roundish valley with snow-capped Mount Baker as a distant backdrop. My breath caught at the beauty of the view. Melly squealed, and the boys sat speechless for a second before pelting Mom with questions. I had purposely not paid attention to many details when the family had discussed what the inheritance included. Looking at the valley before us, the 500 acres seemed a lot bigger than it had on the online map we'd checked. The village of Wildstone's colorful buildings started near to the opening in the trees. The old-fashioned quaintness of the place reminded me of something. A few of the houses even had thatched roofs. "Some of those would give Nan's purple house a run for her money," I said, true to the culture of her youth. Our Brazilian grandmother loved colorful houses. "The roofs give it a European feel," Heath said. The place looked under construction with scaffolding around several buildings. No workers labored anywhere, though, and it had the sense of a project interrupted. "Oh, no," I said as something occurred to me. "Is Dad responsible for the village, too?" "Yep," Heath said, his voice flat. With a groan, I closed my eyes. I should have paid more attention to Dad's plans and what I'd agreed to help with. We'd spent our junior high and high school years working for him and his construction business. Heath had good reason to be studying computer programming, and I'd trained as a pastry chef. "Oh, look, Phoebe!" Melly cried, pointing at the people pouring from the buildings to watch us drive past. "There are some little girls we can play with." Heath and I exchanged glances. "Phoebe's back?" he mouthed. Through the rearview mirror, I caught Mom's expression turn dark for a second. The therapist had told us 2 years ago that Melly's way of coping with the death of her twin had included creating an imaginary friend with the same name. He'd assured my parents Melly would outgrow it. We thought she had. Dad looked like he'd drive through the village when a slender blonde woman in her early 40s and wearing a brightly colored shawl and some amazing painted boots waved for us to stop. He pulled over. Mom parked behind, and Joel and Eli were the first to jump out. Heath was already shoving his laptop into its bag, and Melly was opening the door excitedly. I was the last one out of the van, and I hurried to join my family. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Alexander," my father was saying. "Oh, call me Dee Dee. Everyone does. I'm on the village council, and we wanted to welcome you and your family to Wildstone." The woman kept glancing at my mother. "I'm Gabby Savage," Mom said, stepping forward with an extended hand. "This is our youngest daughter, Melly. The 2 boys are Joel and Eli, and the oldest 2 are Heath and Lia." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Dee Dee shifted to my father, her expression turning resolute. "Mr. Savage, I—" "Call me Roger," Dad interrupted. Since you're on the council, you can pass this on to everyone in the village. Gabby and I haven't decided yet what we want to do with the property. Based on the scaffolding, it looks like my cousin was already working on something here. Once we're unpacked, we'll take an inventory of the castle and the village. Then we'll meet with you and the council. It'll help us understand what it is you all do here and what Miles Savage had planned for the place. Thank you, Dee Dee said, shooting another concerned glance at my mother. What was that about? And that tall man of about 25 who kept watching me. There wasn't anything creepy about it. More like he recognized me from somewhere. And something else, though I couldn't put my finger on it. But I could swear I'd never seen him before. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Mom finally asked Dee Dee, who flushed. I'm sorry. Your back hurts, doesn't it? My mother blinked. Yes, but I've also been in a car for the better part of 2 days. It's to be expected. She's a massage therapist. The young man held up his hands and wiggled his fingers. She works magic with her hands. I'm Trace Barton, by the way. I'm the forester here. He shifted uncomfortably. I hope I still will be. A forester? Dad nodded, scanning the trees surrounding the village. I guess that makes sense. We'll need to talk later. In the meantime, keep doing what you've been doing. Will do, sir. Trace sent me another sidelong glance. I realized then what it reminded me of. Like when one of the boys knew something I didn't and couldn't wait to see my reaction. But why? I definitely hadn't met this guy. We really need to get going, Mom said, pulling Melly away from the 2 little girls she'd been talking to. I'm afraid all these trees will kill the natural light long before it gets dark. Oh, it does that for sure, one of the village women said sympathetically. Yeah, let us know when you're ready to unload the heavy stuff, a man added, and several others nodded. We're all about helping each other around here. Dee Dee slid a business card into my mother's hand, saying, Come see me. The first visit is free. Mom gave a polite nod, but when she turned around, a crease appeared between her eyes. I hoped she wouldn't go all suspicious on everyone around here. The people looked genuinely friendly, even if they were also curious. My mother had often needed to play the tough guy when dealing with my father's vendors and subcontractors in Sacramento. Unfortunately, it made her suspicious of everyone new, like all these people. I could tell they were picking up on her attitude. Maybe I could soften her stiffness. I love your boots. I extended a hand to Dee Dee. Where did you get them? Grinning, with cheeks turning a little pink, she shook my hand. The soft wrinkles around her eyes spoke of someone who smiled a lot. It made me like her even more. She lifted one boot so I could see the intricate design. I know some ladies in pain who paint these. They usually work with leather, but do a lovely job on synthetics like mine. My shop is called The Mystic Crystal. If you want to check out more of their work, I keep a few on consignment, though most people order from them directly. She looked like she wanted to say more, but after a worried glance in my mother's direction, Dee Dee gave a soft smile. The concern in her eyes had increased when she'd mentioned her shop. For the first time, I focused on the villagers and their worried faces. The significance of their position struck me. My dad owned all this land. From their concern, I guessed he must own the buildings as part of his inheritance. So these people must be his tenants. And their livelihoods depended on what he did with the property. I glanced back at Dee Dee and found her watching me. It was uncanny, but she nodded like she knew what I'd been thinking. Lia, are you coming? My mother called from the minivan. I waved my hand to show I'd heard her and faced Dee Dee. I'd definitely like to see your shop and check out the village. That would be lovely. Come on, Lia, Eli groaned from the car. We want to see the castle. See ya. I turned and jogged back to the vehicle, mumbling an apology as I climbed into the back again with Heath and Melly. What was that about? He whispered while I buckled my seatbelt. She sells cute boots. Heath arched a brow, his expression dubious. Well, she does, but I'll tell you more later. Those girls were nice. Melly slid her arm through mine and gave a happy sigh. I like it here. I glanced back at the village and the people watching us drive away. The place already held my interest, and we hadn't even seen the castle yet. Chapter 3. Hugh pursed his lips and glared at the grey-haired servant on the makeshift scaffolding. After driving the woman from his library and discovering the stone was missing from the fireplace, Hugh had lost himself for a time. Sadly, it had often happened after the dismantling of the citadel. Truth be told, Hugh had lost himself for years following the shameful theft of his home. Perhaps for decades, considering the changes in the bizarre horseless carriages since the last time. Why were the servants still here? As soon as Hugh had collected himself, he had searched the servants' quarters and found the belongings of the woman, her husband, and adult son gone. 'Twas only a partial success because the family had merely moved to the gatehouse. Sounds of activity had brought him to the front tower to find the man washing windows. He scrubbed with such fervour as to hint at guests arriving soon. More interlopers. Hugh curled his lips, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He struggled enough to maintain his sense of self to conduct his search. Having intruders interrupting his concentration would prove a disaster. He must find the stone. Moira must have his gift back. His little Moira. The terrible loss which had hit him with her death threatened to pull Hugh from himself. No, he mustn't allow it to take him again. Hugh straightened and pushed his grief back inside, where it could no longer distract him. He had a mission. Expel these invaders, and a roar from the forest startled him, so much that the Irish regimental hat nearly fell from his head. As he firmly seated it again, he stared in disbelief as a giant wagon burst from the trees. 'Twas even longer than the one the male servant drove. A second, smaller carriage, also without horses, followed the behemoth, and both came toward the citadel. Hugh opened his mouth to call for his guards. As he recalled that he no longer had any, his shoulders slumped. Had the usurpers called in reinforcements? Standing tall once more, his nostrils flaring, Hugh cracked his knuckles. They would soon learn who they had dared to come against. Chapter 4. I hated to admit it, but the approach to the castle was kind of awesome. Not that I'd say as much to any of my family, especially Heath. He'd go all smug on me. The forest grew so thick it was like the road meandered through a tree tunnel. Filtered sunlight showcased the clumps of ferns, and I was sure I saw the flicker of a squirrel's tail. A deer lifted its head before disappearing into the woods. The ambiance completely charmed me. Then the van broke into full sunlight once more. The grounds spreading in front of the castle created a wide meadow with an even better view of Mount Baker. It stole my breath away. "Is that the castle?" Joel asked. "No. See? That's the castle." Eli's usually boisterous voice had softened with awe. "The smaller building is the gatehouse," Heath added. "I think that's where the caretaker and his family live." As we approached it, everyone sat in silence, even the boys. The gatehouse looked like a mini-castle with its 2 towers connected by a building-like bridge thingy. Heath was right that someone must live there because curtains hung from the windows. Dad brought the large moving truck to a stop, and Mom pulled up beside it. The boys scrambled out. "I'm surprised they didn't bring any of the walls over from Ireland, too." Heath slid the minivan door open for Melly. "Walls usually surrounded castles for protection." "Who would attack here anyway? Canadians?" I grinned. Heath shot me a flat look as he stepped out. He poked his head back in. "We did have a war with them once." "That was in 1812, decades before they moved this thing." "Look!" Melly tugged at his sleeve. "Who are those people?" I'd stepped from the vehicle and straightened. A gray-haired woman was shaking my dad's hand. She stood nearly as tall as he, and the younger man, who waited a few steps back, towered over them. "No way," I breathed, my heart doing a gymnastics routine. Memories of last summer came flooding back. Coop? Here? Of course. I'd known his family lived in Washington, but I'd only let myself think about it a few times before cutting off that train of thought. "Well, what do you know? Coop Montgomery." Heath grinned. "I didn't make the connection when they'd mentioned the surname of the caretakers, but I'd have expected you to." I shook my head and kept it down, not sure what to say to Coop if he noticed me and came over. "Haven't you listened to anything Dad has talked about the last 2 months? What are the odds our Montgomery would belong to these Montgomerys? It's a big state, after all." Heath scanned the surrounding area. "I don't see anyone who might be Mr. Montgomery anywhere, so he must be up at the castle. Come on." My brother didn't wait for me, but turned and jogged toward the group. I tried to check out Coop while not appearing like I was doing exactly that. I had to look coolness personified. Not a sign could show of the tingles running clear down to my toes, or the swirling butterflies which had taken up residence in my stomach. Last summer had been the best of my life, and Coop had been a huge part of it. Heath and I usually hung out with the same friends and did most things together: camping, rafting down the American River, boating on Folsom Lake. Any time one of us was involved in an activity, the other was likely there too. When Heath had met Coop, who'd been in Sacramento for an internship, my brother had invited him to join our group. Coop and I had hit it off and were usually together at activities. It'd been my dream all summer that he'd ask me out, but he never had. Not that it mattered anyway. The summer idyll had ended, and he'd gone back home. Here, as it turned out. How crazy was that? I stole another glance at him. What if he didn't remember me? A sick feeling settled in my stomach, unable to bear the thought of his striking blue eyes looking at me and seeing only a stranger. I didn't approach the others. Instead, I allowed the view of the castle grounds to draw me through the gateway. Wanting to distract myself, I studied the ancient stone, humbled at the thought they were older than the U.S. I wandered onto the large meadow between the gatehouse and the citadel. Inhaling, I opened my senses. The luscious smell of the freshly cut grass wafted up to me, the nearby forest adding the scent of pine. And was that a touch of sweet cedar? Not far off, a large riding lawnmower sat where it had stopped in the middle of the job. When I'd been a little girl, I'd sometimes dreamed of being in a meadow like this, surrounded by forest. I'd even made up stories about being a princess who lived there. This place resonated with me like nowhere else I'd ever been. For no apparent reason, and despite the mild June afternoon sun, my long hair swirled around my face and goosebumps broke out on my arms at the same time. I pulled back my hair and scanned the area. None of the leaves on the trees moved. Okay, that was just weird. Chilled, I shivered and rubbed my arms for warmth. It had to be the cooler Washington weather. It'd been an extra hot spring back in Sacramento, and we'd been harvesting ripe tomatoes from our garden since April. I wondered if they would even ripen here. That'd be a question to ask my mother. I scanned the large meadow. No manicured castle grounds here. Instead, wildflowers sprinkled the section where the longish grass hadn't been cut yet. It was large enough to host a soccer tournament, or the 4th of July event Mom kept talking about. The road had stopped in front of the gatehouse, going to the right. It left the field uninterrupted except for a gentle pathway leading to the Citadel. And what a perfect name for it. The structure made me feel insignificant. That sense of connection I'd had earlier struck me again. I wondered about the people who'd lived in this place through the decades, centuries even. My ancestors. People whose genes I shared. I fought against my intense reaction, the unexpected pull of the place, the beauty of the grounds. No way would I let this amazing castle seduce me into loving the place. I couldn't afford to, not if I meant to pursue my dreams. Like Heath had said, I could fulfill my family duty and enjoy our last summer together. Living here was temporary. How much work would it take to turn this place into what my parents had been discussing? The castle seemed both larger and smaller than I'd imagined from the aerial picture we'd looked at for weeks. I couldn't wait to see the back. Where some castles made a square, the Savage Citadel formed a U, which splayed out at the top. Had we really thought of this as a large bed and breakfast? Understatement. More like a B&B on steroids. Daydreaming a little, I let my imagination populate the grounds with guests who wandered around, played croquet or a game of giant lawn chess. Some sat with little tables, drinking tea and eating delicate pastries. A little thrill went through me. Pastries I created. Pretty impressive, isn't it? A familiar, deep voice said behind me. My heart gave a little flip-flop at the sound. Taking a deep breath, I composed my features, I hoped, and turned around. I met his gentle yet sparkling blue eyes. Dang, but they were even more vivid than I'd remembered. He was more massive, too, kind of like the Citadel. Tall, substantial, but not fat. Definitely not fat. An image of him on one of our rafting trips flashed through my mind. Considering the way his t-shirt fit, it didn't look like he'd lost any of his muscle in the last year. His tan had faded, no doubt because this part of Washington didn't have nearly the number of sunny days as California. "Hey, Coop," I said a little breathlessly. "Hey, Lia. It's nice to see you again." He gave me a quick, one-armed hug like we'd always done back home, the kind which engulfed without swallowing me and had the feel of comfort and warmth. Coop must have been the one mowing the meadow because he smelled like cut grass and leather and just a hint of aftershave. All now my favorites. Same here. With some effort, I willed my heart to beat normally after he released me. "How come you never mentioned you knew someone named Savage?" "You know how it is. It's a common enough last name." Coop shrugged, something I'd also forgotten he did a lot. He glanced back to where the others had gathered and where the boys were shouting war cries as they put on a mock duel with invisible swords. "More twins?" he asked with a chuckle. "Yeah, twins run in the family. but it's usually fraternal twins. Eli and Joel are the only identical twins in a couple of generations. Our parents had way too much fun choosing our names. In what way? He continued to watch the boys, but shot me a sidelong glance. Well, Elijah and Joel, for example. I glanced up at Coop. Their names both have elements that mean God in Hebrew. He raised his brows, considering. From what I hear, they don't act godly. Well, that's true enough, but they're not mean-spirited. As for Melanie, she had a twin named Phoebe. Mellie's name means dark, while Phoebe means light. What happened? And with Xavier and Ophelia, I broke in to avoid the inevitable question which always choked me up. Both mean help. Coop had blinked at the interruption, but the distraction must have worked. Heath's real name is Xavier? Heath is his middle name, which he obviously prefers. Lia waited for Coop to make some kind of Hamlet reference, but he didn't. I'm guessing Lia is a nickname for Ophelia? Yes, I'm lucky. Our mom still calls Heath by his full name when she's frustrated. No one uses mine except one of my grandmothers. I get that. He shoved his hands in his pockets. Only my mom and dad call me Cooper. And then only when they're mad about something. Speaking of your parents, I turned to face him. He said they're the caretakers here. What do you do? I'm the gardener. He frowned, sort of. How can you be a sort of gardener? Well, probably groundskeeper fits most of the stuff I do around here right now. That was to change when we put in more formal gardens. But it sounds too much like Hagrid. Coop pulled a hand from his pocket to point at himself, his ears turning pink. You're not fond of unusual creatures, are you? I teased, keeping my expression serious. Coop made a face and chuckled. Guess I set myself up for that one. He nodded toward the castle. What do you think of the Savage Citadel? It's incredible and bigger than I expected. How come the ground floor is so much taller than the others? I pointed to the windows of the left tower with its 3 levels of very tall ground floor. Then the right tower with its 4 evenly spaced windows. The difference between the towers makes it look out of balance. Oh, you'll see why once we're inside. His voice grew a little louder with excitement. The main floor is where the public rooms are, like the Great Hall. Miles, Mr. Savage, his gaze darted to me and then the castle. Your cousin used the East Tower's main floor as a formal dining room. Everyone, let's get going, Dad shouted from behind us. I glanced over my shoulder. He was hopping back into the truck. Heath and Mellie piling in the other door. Eli and Joel let out whoops and dashed back to the car. I guess I'll tell you later. Coop stepped back. If you're interested, that is. I'm interested. Oh, yeah, I was interested. Taylor would die when I told her. She teased me about Coop all last summer, encouraged me to let him know I liked him, insisting it was her job as my best friend. Great! He broke out in a huge grin. I'm really glad you're here. Mom and I will follow everyone up. He turned and jogged to where his mother stood waiting. Only then did I realize she'd been watching us. Well, me. Since she'd seen me notice her, I smiled. She raised a hand and turned away. Not exactly a warm welcome. It reminded me of how the villagers had acted. Wary. But Coop lived here, and he'd sought me out. Humming, I took in the wide, almost circle that made up the valley. My summer options exploded with possibilities. Mom called and gestured for me to come. I hurried over to the car. What do you think? My mother stared at the castle, her lips pinched. She reminded me of when she would prepare herself to do battle with one of Dad's subcontractors. What had upset her? "You okay?" "I'm fine." She got in the car and started the engine. I took shotgun. "This is going to be great, don't you think?" Mom's enthusiasm came out forced. "That 4th of July party we've talked about would be great on these grounds. We could have a huge public barbecue and maybe some fireworks." Normal words, but a tight tone. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel as she drove. By the time she parked to the side of the castle, her hands shook a little. The boys opened the door and jumped out, but I stayed with her. "Mom?" I reached over and stilled her agitated hand. "Ghosts aren't real." She hissed the words at me and jumped from the minivan. "Of course they're not," I said to no one. Like my parents hadn't stressed that to me enough when I'd been little. Something feathery light ran across the back of my neck. A spider? With a squeal, I beat at my collar with one hand and ripped open the door with the other. Staggering out, I shook my shirt. An involuntary shudder shook my entire body, even though there was no sign of a bug. Yuck. With another shiver, I hurried to catch up with my mom, who'd moved to the front of the castle. As I came abreast of her, the frenzied activity of the others made me freeze in place. My dad shouted orders to my brothers. The boys scattered in opposite directions, while Heath ran to the large wooden front door and tugged at it. It wouldn't open. "What's My words broke off at the sight of an older man high up the tower wall. He clung precariously to a rope, holding the tilting base of what looked like a homemade window washing platform. Over the top of the crenellated tower above peeked my little sister. I choked as Mom let out a cry. Chapter 5. From the tower, Hugh stood, hands planted on his hips, stance wide, as the people scurried round below. 'Twould not be long before they would scurry away and leave him to finish his quest. He chuckled at the thought, attempting to ignore the young female who also watched nearby. She, however, did not find the scene below amusing. The child glanced back at him, her pouty mouth accusatory, with her honey-brown curls and hazel eyes. This Melly could have been Moira's sister. How often had his own daughter reproached him in just such a manner, when she had not approved of something he had said or done. "Do not look at me that way." Hugh rubbed the sudden ache in his chest. "Help him," she demanded, her thin arms held straight, fists clenched. "That I will not." He crossed his arms and put on his most imperious stare, the one he had spent most of his life mastering. Servants had cowered before him while he lived and run screaming when he had used it as a haunt. The child huffed out a loud breath. "Then I will." She turned back to the rope hanging over the tower and clasped it with her small, thin hands. "No!" Hugh cried, lunging for her. Chapter 6. "Don't you dare climb on that rope, young lady," Mom shouted. "You could fall," I cried. How had she gotten up there when Heath couldn't get the stupid front door open? "But the man needs help, Mama," Melly called over the wall, her distress unmistakable. "Do what your mother says this instant." Dad's white face looked as awful as it had the day Phoebe had died. A man-like dark shape appeared from behind and seemed to pull Melly back. Her head disappeared from view. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. Was someone up there, or had I imagined it? The old pickup truck Coop had entered with his mother, skidded to a halt on the grass nearby. He tore open the door and sprinted under the hanging man. "Pop, can you hold on? My foot's caught." The older man took in a ragged breath. "I'm sorry, mister." Mellie's hands appeared at the top of the rope again. "I'm not strong enough, and he won't help. Oh, baby, please stay back." Mom spoke with forced calm, but her fingers dug into my arm. "Let us come get you." Heath threw his shoulder even harder against the huge front door, grimacing at the impact with the wood. "Savages to the rescue!" Eli and Joel cried as they stumbled around the west tower, struggling to carry a long ladder. Dad and Coop ran to take it from them and set it against the tower. "If I can't get him down," Coop said to my father, "you'll need to send someone into the village to fetch Trace. He has climbing gear." When he'd put a foot on a rung, Heath moved over to help steady it. Agile for such a big guy, Coop scrambled up the ladder as fast as either of the boys could have. The ladder's height let Coop get a little below the platform his father hung from, but not close enough to reach him. "Mr. Savage, will the front door open yet?" Coop glanced down, his voice cool. He was so calm under pressure. It reminded me of the previous summer when Taylor had fallen from our raft while going over the San Juan Rapid. She'd totally freaked, screaming she was drowning. But Coop had dived in and pulled her to shore. I'd been more than a little jealous. I twisted the front doorknob. The stupid thing still wouldn't move, and it wasn't like it was locked either. It wouldn't budge at all, almost like someone was holding it on the other side. I stepped back so I could see Coop and shouted, "The door won't open! Check all the windows!" With shaking hands, Mom motioned to the boys, who hurried to search for any they could reach. Coop tried the one near him, but it was locked, as were the ones the others tried. "Mr. Savage, I'll need to break a window," Coop called. "Do it!" Dad tugged us back, away from the falling glass, and gestured for the boys to come too. Coop waited until we'd moved clear, and then kicked through the highest window with his booted foot. He then broke off the jagged pieces. "Mommy!" Mellie's curls appeared at the crenel again, and her little face peeked over the edge. "I want to come down now. I'm hungry." I clenched my clammy hands together. At that distance, she looked even tinier. Were the crenels short? How could she possibly reach to see over the top? Or was she standing on something? The same rope holding the platform Mr. Montgomery now hung from? An image flashed through my mind of the poor man falling, and I had to close my eyes for a second. I couldn't think about that. When I opened them, I focused on my little sister, whose curls were still visible, like that was any easier on my stomach. Seriously, how had she gotten up there? Despite having health problems since her premature birth, Mellie had an adventurous soul. What if she climbed high enough on the crenel to fall? Mom must have had the same thought, because she let out a little sob. "Sweetie, wait for Coop," I called, trying not to sound too freaked out. I didn't want to panic her. "He's going to rescue you. Like a princess. Wait for him, please." I squinted against the sunshine. A shadow behind her almost looked like a man. The figure didn't move, though. With a pinched mouth, my sister finally dropped back out of sight. I'd barely let out the breath I'd been holding when a loud crashing came from above. "Mel!" Mom's cry cut off when Coop's tall figure appeared on the turret. He lifted Mellie into his arms. My heart started beating again. "Sorry, Mr. Savage," he called down to us. "I had to kick in the door, too." "It's not a problem," Dad said weakly and pulled my mom even closer. Coop said something to Mellie, and she nodded. He set her down and peered over the crenel. "You ready for this, Pop?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Mr. Montgomery tightened his grip on the rope while Coop gave his work gloves a tug. With a deep breath, he gripped the rope and pulled up on the sloping end of the contraption. When it evened out, Mr. Montgomery freed his foot. Coop lowered the entire thing to the same level as the broken window, and his father climbed through.
Oh, wow. What happened?
The forester, Trace, cried, hurrying up beside me, his breathing heavy.
Is Steve all right?
Is Steve Coop's dad? I asked, stepping up to the entrance again.
Yeah.
Trace joined me by the door at the same time Heath did. My hand was still shaking as I grasped the knob. It opened this time. My brother and I exchanged glances, but the sound of little footsteps echoing inside kept us from saying anything. Heath pushed the door all the way open just as Melly came running to us and threw herself into our arms. "You little stinker," I growled into her curls, trying not to cry.
How did you get inside?
Heath asked from her other side, pushing back her hair and checking that she wasn't hurt. Mom and Dad came from behind and pulled her to them. They covered her with kisses. "Wow, Melly, I can't believe it," Joel said with admiration.
Yeah, we haven't been here an hour, Eli said, patting her on the back. And you beat us to an adventure.
"Boys, don't encourage her." Mom's voice shook a little. She laughed, but the sound held a note of hysteria. Trace hurried up the stairs, and Mrs. Montgomery followed, her face filled with worry.
How did you get up there, Melly?
Dad asked. "Phoebe said we should follow him." Mom's face got a familiar pinched look, one I hadn't seen for months. It seemed to take away some of her joy at Melly's safe return. They carried her to the car, the boys still teasing her. I stayed behind, thinking, which was probably dangerous considering how shaken I was by what had just happened. But what had happened? I glanced at my twin, who was scanning the large entry room with interest. It was too bad I couldn't share with him what I'd seen, or what I thought I'd seen. Ever-practical Heath didn't have a fanciful bone in his body. If I told him about some shadowy figure on the tower with Melly, he'd never let me live it down. Besides, with Melly talking about Phoebe again, I didn't need to imagine things, too. I looked near the door for a light switch. The room was enormous and must be the great hall Coop had mentioned. Melly's comments echoed in my mind again. Phoebe said we should follow him. Who was him? Had Melly seen someone, too? I moved away from the door so I could examine the tower from outside. The heavy rope still hung over the crenel. "Who did you follow up those stairs, Melly?" I muttered under my breath.
You're going to break something if you keep thinking that hard.
Shut up! I turned to face Heath. Once again, I had an urge to confess to him what I'd seen, but he'd accuse me of imagining ghosts. I spun to face the castle again. No way.
What?
He asked, turning toward the immense structure. No explanation came to me, which didn't sound crazy. I clenched and unclenched my fists, still feeling the last of the adrenaline rush. Had I really seen anything? Or had Mom insisting there weren't ghosts set me up to imagine one? And where had her comment come from anyway? Had she said anything to Heath?
Just what?
He nudged my shoulder with his.
You've gone all cryptic.
That was just scary, I said lamely.
Yeah, too scary.
He leaned back his head and surveyed the tower.
We'll have to get a better system to clean the windows. We could get sued.
A light snapped on inside, followed by the sound of several feet. Coop and Trace appeared in the doorway, one on each side of a limping Mr. Montgomery, with Mrs. Montgomery hovering close behind. They kept trying to offer him support, but he brushed them away.
I'm all right,
Mr. Montgomery snapped. Quit fussing. He noticed us, cleared his throat, and stretched out a hand.
I'm Steve Montgomery, caretaker here. He shook our hands. This is my wife, Debbie, and our son, Cooper. I'm Heath Savage, and this is my sister, Lia. I hope you're okay. I'll be fine if they'll quit fluttering around me. Well, we were really glad to see Coop here, Heath said. He's an old friend of ours. These are the twins I hung out with last summer, Coop said softly. Really? His father immediately shot me an appraising look. Why didn't you ever mention their last name was Savage? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Coop scowled. It wouldn't have made any difference last year. They didn't know about Miles then. We need to get that foot up and on ice, Mrs. Montgomery insisted. All right already. Mr. Montgomery growled, but he let his wife lead him to the truck. I'll get my dad settled at home and come back to help unload. Coop glanced up to where he'd kicked in the window. And a board for that. When they were out of earshot, Heath asked in a low voice, Is the prospect of spending the summer here looking more appealing? Stop it! I nudged him with my elbow, and he chuckled. I hadn't told him about my crush last summer, but he'd known anyway. Mom and Dad came to the threesome hobbling toward Coop's truck. Then my parents said something to my younger brothers. The boys let out a whoop and darted towards us. Our parents and Melly followed. It must be time to enter our new home. Looks like Mr. Montgomery will be fine. Dad surveyed his new home with shining eyes. I'd read about people puffing up their chests with pride, but I'd never seen it before in real life. My eyes stung at his happiness. I know everyone's eager to investigate, and I won't get any work out of you until you do. He sent me and Heath a meaningful look. So, work while you look. Make an inventory as you explore. Chapter 7. Hugh narrowed his eyes, his hands clasped before him, thumbs working. Things had not gone as he had hoped with the elderly servant. These useless Americans, blind to what lay before them. How could they not recognize Hugh's ghostly hand in what had happened? Or his mercy? 'Twould have been easy to allow the man to fall to his death, but such a petty cruelty would have been beneath Hugh. Below, the young woman had moved into view again. She faced the tower and lifted her head, holding a hand to shield her eyes from the sun. Over the decades of his haunting, he had learned to recognize the signs. She had sensed him earlier, and would bear watching. 'Twas many years since he had been unable to control when a living being could see him. She was sensitive, that one, though not so much as her younger sister. Now that little one, she did not simply see him, she spoke to him, disobeyed him. Hugh gave a great sigh and dropped his hands. She reminded him so of his Moira. He shook his head. Those two young girls. Such headstrong wills in tiny, frail bodies. Yet they each carried so much spirit. A confusing rush of emotions flowed through him, both pride in the children and frustration at their refusal to do his bidding. He was the master of the citadel. How dared those infants presume to command him? Despite his frustrations, the corners of Hugh's mouth twitched. The older brother stepped into view and spoke with the elder sister. It was an odd family, this American branch of the Savage line. It held too many skeptics who could not, or would not, see his work, and perhaps some who saw too well, and would resist his will. Hugh clasped his hands again, the corners of his mouth curving up. He had always loved a challenge.
Chapter 8. Once they reached the gatehouse, Coop hurried from the truck. Trace jumped from the back and quickly joined him. By the time they reached the passenger door, Coop's father had it opened and was trying to get out by himself.
"Let us help,"
Coop said.
"I can do it."
His father stepped from the truck and put weight on the foot. When he grimaced, both Coop and Trace reached out, but Pop brushed their hands away. "Steve!" The tone in Coop's mother's voice stopped his father short. She slid from the back seat and came to stand beside him, too. "Don't be such a baby."
"Fine, then. Help the old man."
He growled and accepted the hands they offered him. "I'll get some ice," his mother said once they had him up the stairs. Coop and Trace helped him into his favorite recliner, and Coop gently raised the footrest. His father closed his eyes, but only winced a little at the movement.
"I'm going to take a look at this, Steve,"
Trace said, kneeling by the chair.
"It's nothing. I'm the EMT, and I'll decide that."
Pop left his eyes closed, but also didn't argue, as Trace gently eased the boot off the injured foot. He examined it, and Coop leaned in closer to see. The rope had left a few burn marks on the skin.
"The bruising's not really too bad."
Coop hoped it wouldn't need to be x-rayed. His father had a thing about doctors.
"My sprained ankle looked a lot worse." "Right."
With gentle fingers, Trace felt along the foot, over the damaged area, and up the calf.
"Can you move it?"
Coop's father made a tentative circle with his foot, flinching only a little. He had full, if painful, mobility.
"I know you hate doctors almost as much as I do,"
Trace said as he stood.
"I don't think it's broken. But if it doesn't get any better, you'll want to think about getting some x-rays taken." "No, don't pull that face on me, Steve. If I thought you'd torn something, we'd be driving you into pain right now."
Trace met Coop's gaze.
"Ice it several times a day and keep him off it for a couple."
"Thanks." Coop followed Trace to the door.
"I appreciate it. I finally had an opportunity to play the volunteer firefighter, and I got there too late. You did a great job with the rescue, though, and should think about becoming a volunteer, too."
Trace glanced around Coop's shoulder and whispered,
"It's her, isn't it? This Lia is your Lia from Sacramento?" "Yep."
Coop couldn't believe so many bad things had happened lately. First, his mentor, Lia Savage, had died suddenly 3 months ago. And now, Lia's father turned out to be the new owner of the Citadel.
"Which means her dad is my new boss, unless he decides not to keep us." "Right."
Trace's expression turned glum.
"Well, good luck with that and your dad. He won't make a good patient, even if you don't have to take him to a doctor."
"Don't I know it. I'll be over in a bit to help with the unpacking. Tell the folks in the village that I have a warning. I didn't meet Mrs. Savage in Sacramento, but I heard plenty about her from Lia and Heath. Nothing negative, but she's all about organization and wants things done her way. So we need to offer our help but not get in her way." "Gotcha." Trace nodded and went down the stairs leading to the empty gatehouse turret. Coop went back to his father, who now had his eyes open, but was scowling at the ceiling.
"What's bothering you besides your ankle?"
"So much for making a good impression." His father heaved a sigh. "We haven't had a sign of the ghost in over 2 months. Why did he have to show up right when the new owners arrived?"
"You sure it was the ghost? Did you see him?"
"No, but I saw my knot come untied all by itself." Coop rubbed the back of his neck. If the Citadel ghost wanted to make them look bad in front of their new employers, what could they do? At least the little girl hadn't been hurt. It bothered him the ghost had let her inside while barring the door to others. But Coop said nothing. He didn't want to worry his parents.
Maybe your injury will make them more sympathetic towards us.
You mean maybe they won't boot us right away? His mother entered the living room.
Well, I'm pretty sure they think I'm a complete incompetent.
Pop flinched when she gently placed a bag of ice on his ankle, but then he sighed.
Oh, now that does feel better.
Coop went to stand by the window, which provided the best view of the Citadel.
I know Heath and Lia. They're good people. Let's give their parents the benefit of the doubt and not assume we'll all lose our jobs.
He sympathized with his parents. The last few months had been hard on all of them. They'd lost a friend as well as an employer. After the ghost had kicked something at his mother, the family had agreed to move to the gatehouse. It hadn't been difficult, not after Miles had died. The old man's vibrancy had seemed to fill the castle. With it gone, the Citadel had been like a different place, lonely. His parents hadn't known what to do. Stay and hope the new owners would keep them on or seek employment elsewhere. None of them wanted to leave, so they'd waited. Through the windows of the Citadel, Coop could make out movement. He smiled. They'd be exploring, discovering the amazing place that was their new home. The Savage family had already changed the castle's atmosphere. The place had come alive again.
I'm telling you, his father said, sounding tired. Who wants to hire 2 people turning 60 this year? And it's not like we can just walk into Payne and find another caretaker job. How many of them are out there anyway?
I know, Coop's mother soothed. It was probably time to consider their choices again. Coop pulled out his phone and opened his email. He'd received another one from his Sacramento internship supervisor. The invitation to apply for the open position didn't come with a guarantee, but it encouraged Coop that they'd asked him. It was the second time they'd approached him about a position there. When he received the first contact, he'd told his parents. They hadn't been excited about the suggestion.
I hate California, Pop had grumbled. Too many people, too much traffic.
It's too hot there, his mother had said. They'd researched and argued about viable options. None of them wanted to leave, but they needed to be prepared in case the new owners didn't want to retain their services. So that's her? Coop jumped, startled from his reverie. He hadn't heard his mother's approach. Is that the girl? She repeated, nodding toward the Citadel.
That's the girl.
He didn't deny it. After so many mentions of Lia last summer, he'd had to explain who she was.
What did you think of Mrs. Savage? He asked. Do you think she'll be hard to work with?
She's a go-getter, that one. His mother shot him a little frown at his deflection, but she went along. She and her husband, both. I like their children. Those twin boys must be a handful for her with all their energy.
Last summer, Heath talked a lot about their antics. Coop chuckled. When I said they sounded like troublemakers, he insisted they're good kids, just curious and creative.
Well, curious and creative can be a problem when you're running a hotel, his mother said. Since you know them, do you really think we have a good chance of being retained?
I only knew Lia and Heath, Coop said. We'll just have to make a good impression on their parents for our own sake.
About that, she grimaced.
Mom. Coop turned to face her. What did you do?
I told Mrs. Savage about the ghost. At his expression, she hurried on. I had to. I couldn't let that family move in there and not warn them.
And she didn't take it well, did she?
How ironic he might have to apply for that job in Sacramento after all. No, she didn't. His mother crossed her arms. I think she was quite rude about it.
Aw, Deb, you didn't. His father groaned. Now they don't just think I'm incompetent, they think you're a crackpot.
Crackpot my foot. She spun to face Pop. I had to say something. I just saw all those children. That dear little girl. What if he kicked something at her? His mother's eyes brightened with tears. I had to.
How about this?
Coop put an arm across her shoulders and met his father's gaze.
Act like nothing's happened. Say nothing about rope tricks and no more ghost warnings. No ghost sightings at all.
He raised his free hand to stop their protests.
It shouldn't be hard. He's not that active. We need to give them time to know us better. Mom, you did your duty to them. You warned her. It's in their hands now. He might be right, Deb.
His father waved her over.
I need to get back and help them unpack,
Coop said. I'll put the riding lawnmower back later. He was going to look at this as the gift it was. Lia was here. He whistled as he returned to the Citadel. He wouldn't let the opportunity pass him by a second time, as long as her father didn't let them go. Chapter 9. I'm not sure what I expected. Surprisingly, the internet hadn't had many photos of the Citadel, and most of them had been taken from the outside. Heath had convinced me to at least do a search of restored modern-day castles. Most of them functioned as hotels and had lavish decorations. The distant relative who'd owned the Citadel before us hadn't gone to those extremes. It struck me as odd that our savage ancestor, who'd bothered to take this place apart and ship it here, hadn't brought more furniture with him. What an antique find that would have been. It'd have been heaven for Mom. I'd been watching her as we'd turned on the lights of what must be the Great Hall. Her smile continued to grow as she took it all in. "Do you like it?" I asked. "Oh, honey, this is perfect. Don't you love those suits of armor? This entry hall can double as the check-in desk and a lounge." She'd let go of Mellie's hand and was pulling a notepad from her purse.
"Sweetheart, check this out," Dad said, towing her toward the East Tower.
"Lia, don't let Mellie out of your sight," Mom called. "I won't."
Heath winked at Mellie and followed the boys, who'd run in the opposite direction from our parents.
I took my sister's hand, and we followed our brothers into the other tower. The large circular ground floor room sat empty, except for a stately piano off to the side. The large windows provided a splendid view of the grounds out front and to the west. Imagine holding a masked ball in here. Images of a Jane Austen event went through my mind, and I started a mental list of the perfect pastries for the banquet. Mellie let go of my hand and skipped to the piano. As soon as Joel and Eli saw where she was going, they raced to beat her to it. They quickly bored with pounding on it and raced to a door leading into the castle's west wing. From what I could recall, it would be where the guest rooms were located. 3 floors of them. The castle's U-shape would keep us from getting lost. I hoped. "Come on, Mellie." I waved for her to come with us. "Don't give me that look. You can play with the piano once we check out the rooms." "Fine." She put down the fallboard with great care. I already knew where we'd want to spend a lot of time. Heath had hurried after Joel and Eli. Now would be a good time to question my sister about her adventure in the tower. "Hey, sweetie." I took her hand. "Who is that Phoebe said you should follow?" I hated feeding the invisible friend thing, but I didn't want to doubly upset Mellie. "That old man, Mr. Montgomery." "No, The old man in the cape. Had my sister's attention already wandered off topic? Do you mean a cape like Superman? I asked slowly. Melly looked at me like I was an idiot. No, silly. The old-time man in the cape. Considering that she'd called our 40-year-old next-door neighbor an old man, I couldn't help wondering what she meant. The old-time man in a cape. I reminded myself that those words had also come from a 7-year-old who had given her invisible friend the same name as her dead sister. She likely wouldn't explain better if I asked her. Melly let go of my hand and skipped into the hallway, where the twins were already running back towards us. "You heard, Mom," Heath yelled from the other end. He pointed to the row of doors along one side of the hallway. "We have to check each of the rooms. Time to work." I followed them into the hallway and stopped. While doors to the guest rooms lined one wall, the other side of the hallway held a bank of windows. A garden filled the inside of the castle's U. Coop had mentioned not having many flower gardens, but he'd said nothing about this formal one. I glanced over my shoulder at the circular staircase and back at my sister. "Melly, you want to come with me or the boys?" "The boys!" She ran after the twins, who had opened one of the bedroom doors. "Heath, you got her? I want to go upstairs." "I'll watch her. Make sure you have your phone for Mom's notes." I patted my pocket to check before heading up the spiral staircase. The open window to the second-floor tower room showed a library. Through the hallway windows, I could make out a pattern to the garden I hadn't seen on the main floor, but I decided to check it out later. Entering the library, I was struck by my affinity for the cousin who'd last owned the castle. Where the mostly empty entry hall and ballroom downstairs had felt cold and uninviting, this cozy room drew me into it. It must have been his favorite place because where the hallway outside was almost austere, curving bookcases, paintings, and windows filled the library's round walls. I immediately wanted to sink into the oversized leather chair near the fire and read a book. Had there been a fireplace in the ballroom? I hadn't paid attention, but the one here formed the centerpiece of the room. I ran my hand over the beautiful mantelpiece, sliding my fingers along the alternating designs of its intricately carved stones. The craftsmanship impressed me. I'd noticed lots of chimneys along the citadel's roofline. Had they used this kind of detail throughout the castle? Above the fireplace hung an old painting. The colors faded and the paint cracked. From the clothing on the man and two children, I guessed it must have been early 1800s. Were they ancestors to have such a prominent place in the room? Stepping closer, I found myself drawn to the little girl in the picture. Her curls refused to be tamed, and the painter had captured a mischievous gleam in her eyes, which made me wonder what she saw off-screen. Her expression reminded me of Melly. I shifted my attention to the rest of the people, settling on the man dressed in a familiar red British uniform and wearing a cape made of the blue and the British flag. Was he the little girl's father? Melly's words came to mind. An old-time man in a cape. Out of nowhere, with powerful feelings like in a dream, came an image of him wandering the halls of this castle with a manic pacing. He muttered to himself, his hands restless as he searched. He called for someone, the anguished words echoing in the empty halls. No one came. I pressed my hands over my chest, aching at the pain. My heart knew the terrible sense of loss too well. I hiccuped a sob. Did you lose them and then have to live in this house all by yourself? I wiped my cheeks. Did your grief try to swallow you up? My hair swirled around with a breezy, soft yes, making goosebumps erupt on my arms. I froze in place, ripped from the overwhelming sorrow. Holding my breath, I searched the room. For a second, I thought I could see the man in the portrait standing by a bookcase. I blinked, and he was gone. Okay. I took a deep breath and resisted the urge to run screaming from the room. Since I'd been a little girl, I'd had an overactive imagination. At least that was what my ever-practical mother had always said. She'd also told me not to give rein to it. With my back held rigid, I forced my feet to walk at a normal pace, just like I'd done as a little kid when I'd stayed up too late to watch a scary movie. I reached the door and paused, daring to glance back. Had I really seen a... No. I stepped into the hallway, and the weird feeling dissipated. What an idiot to look at an old painting and turn all fanciful. What was I going to do next? Copy Melly and create my own imaginary friend? With that lame notion, I stepped into the hallway to check out the garden. And what a garden! This was the kind I'd expected to see after checking out all those online pictures with Heath of castle hotels. I couldn't decide if the delicate balance between the formal, manicured beds and the lazy, flowing garden path was intentional. Regardless, I liked it a lot. Standing near the spiral stairs, I leaned my head against the glass. Washington's cool weather wouldn't allow for the kinds of enormous blooms we got from Sacramento's heat. This was only late May, and the flowers were probably just coming in. I was pretty sure the garden would look amazing by August. From below, heavy footsteps pounded up the circular stairs. Before I could move, Coop burst through the opening, right into me. With an oof, I would have gone flying, but his hands shot out and caught me by the shoulders, keeping me on my feet. "Sorry, Mom's always telling me to be more careful," he said, a little breathless. "Your brothers said you were up here taking inventory." He dropped his hands and stepped back. "I thought maybe you could use some help." My heart went all fluttery, but in a good way this time. Coop had come looking for me. Again. Trying not to give myself away, I calmly pulled the phone from my pocket. "Is your dad okay?" I asked. "Trace is an EMT with our volunteer fire department. He examined Pop and said nothing appeared to be broken. Mom was making him put ice on his foot when I left, but he should be fine." That was such a scary accident. I pulled my sweater tighter. "It wasn't..." Coop broke off. His expression clouded, and he shifted in obvious discomfort, not meeting my gaze. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Try me." I attempted to look encouraging. Coop opened his mouth like he meant to say something, but then snapped it shut. The worry in his eyes reminded me of how I'd felt a little while ago when I wanted to confide in Heath, but hadn't dared. And Coop didn't think I'd believe him. Mom's cryptic declaration about no ghosts came to mind, followed by that windless breeze blowing my hair in the meadow, and then my library experience. "Coop, don't you even act like this place is haunted." When the meaning behind his apologetic expression settled in my mind, I groaned. "No, please don't mess with me. I don't need anyone to feed my already overactive imagination. You're supposed to tell me there's no such thing as ghosts." "What did you see?" Coop took my shoulders again, all serious now. He checked me out from head to toe. It might have been flattering, except he seemed to be searching for an injury. I explained about what I'd experienced outside and in the library. "You've seen him twice already?" He grimaced and dropped his hands from my shoulders. "Forget I said that. I'm not supposed to talk about him." "Wait," I said, going cold while a rush of excitement made my hands tingle. "You aren't teasing me? You're saying he's real?" Coop let out a long breath before giving a single nod. "He's not usually this active. Just little things occasionally." It wasn't my imagination. I suddenly felt like the kid from the old movie Galaxy Quest who'd been told his favorite TV show was real. Not only had my father inherited a castle, but he'd also inherited a ghost. How bizarre. How awesome. But why had I seen him so many times? Had I become a ghost magnet? Millie's words about him came unbidden to my mind, and it didn't seem so awesome anymore. Was she the ghost magnet? Is it bad that he's shown himself to us so soon after we got here? I rubbed my chilly hands together.
It could mean he's getting stronger, Coop said. Mom saw him in the library, too. He sent something flying at her. Dee Dee was out here and heard the crash. It happened a few days after Colonel Savage, died. That's when we moved into the gatehouse.
Wait, I stared at him. You used to live here in the castle?
Yeah.
Coop stared down at the garden, but didn't seem to see it.
But Miles was gone.
His voice tightened for a second.
After the incident in the library, with new owners coming, you all, he said with a hint of a smile, Mom decided we'd have to move out anyway, so we might as well do it sooner than later.
My impression of the castle shifted then. No longer only a cool sightseeing stop anymore. This place had been Coop's home. I wanted to ask if they resented having to move, but I didn't know how without sounding lame. Hey, Coop, are you and your folks mad because you got kicked out of your home?
Yeah, no, best not to go there.
I said. I guess I'd better get busy on that inventory for my mother before she comes looking for me. I reached for the first door.
My mom already has an inventory of the rooms.
Coop held the door open to let me through.
If that helps.
I'm sure it will, but my mother wants pictures and details of what's in each room. I held up my phone.
Even before you've unpacked?
Yep, Mom's the queen of efficiency. I explained about sending us to do double duty.
Let's do it then.
Coop strode to the windows and opened the heavy drapes. From the only drawing of the layout, I already knew bedrooms made up the entire floor. Some had smaller rooms connected to them for servants. As I opened the door to one, it surprised me to see they'd converted it to a modern bathroom and even had a spa tub. I didn't expect this. I hoped the family side would have something like this.
Miles spent a lot of time and money modernizing the castle.
I snapped a few pictures and we moved to the next room. How long have you lived here? I asked.
Most of my life. When Miles inherited it from his grandfather, he retired from the army and moved in. He hired my parents first. I was 2.
And Coop had never mentioned it once, all last summer. I couldn't imagine growing up in a castle. The thought made me pause. My younger siblings would grow up here too. Does the Citadel have any secret chambers? I asked, entering the last room on this floor.
Not that I ever discovered. Pop and Miles did a search, since it wasn't unusual to have a priest's hole after the Protestants made Catholicism illegal. They couldn't find anything.
I glanced around the room. It kind of blows me away how old this place is. I'm glad it was preserved.
Me too.
Coop wore a satisfied expression.
Miles's grandfather had done little with the property, and the grounds were overgrown. Miles had some grand ideas, and had finally reached the point where he could move ahead with his plans.
Lia, can I help? Mellie skipped in just as my phone vibrated with a message from Heath that she was heading my way. She stopped in the middle of the room and turned in a circle, her little jaw hanging open. Captivated, she went up to one of the intricately carved stones, intermingled with the regular ones that made up the wall, and ran her fingers over it. I looked a little closer, scanning the room to see if I could make sense of their placement. Like those on the library fireplace, it seemed random. I guessed scattering them irregularly around the room was meant to be artistic. Mom would know, being the decorator type. "Can my room have one of these pretties?" Melly asked.
I'll bet your family will live in the East Wing.
Coop knelt beside her, so they were closer to the same height.
The servants lived in that wing.
Ah, servants don't get pretties.
Melly's bottom lip stuck out in a pout. Why do you say that?
Coop kept his tone serious. Lia reads me princess stories. Cinderella didn't get any pretties, and it's not fair.
Melly, the little drama queen, leaned her head against his shoulder and sighed. No, it's not. Eyes wide, Coop met my gaze, his shoulders shaking. I snapped a quick picture, wanting to preserve the moment. Even after nearly a year, he'd already shown he had the power to make my heart go all twitchy. This sweet scene had turned it into putty.
I think I'll make my own pretty,
Melly declared. Shouting erupted as the boys stomped up the circular metal stairs. My little sister lifted her head, her eyes alight. Grinning, she darted from the room. I followed her and shouted, "Heath, Melly's coming back to you." After a pause, he called, "Got her." "What now?" Coop asked, coming into the hallway. "We're done with this level, and it sounds like they're taking the top floor." I stepped over to the window to look at the garden again. Like the village, it had an under-construction sense to it. "What were you saying about Miles being progressive?" "Oh, yeah." Coop moved beside me. He wanted to make the village into an attraction. "Attraction?" I asked, considering the word. "From the style of houses in the village, I'm guessing it'd be historical. Do you mean something like Colonial Williamsburg?" "Just like that, except the village of Wildstone has nearly 200 acres to work with, and we're near the border of the U.S. and Canada, both countries with connections to the British." A rush of excitement flooded through me, and I pressed my palms to my cheeks. Had my father inherited enough money to do something on such a grand scale? "My dad's a huge history buff," I said, dropping my hands. "Almost as much as he's into building and fixing things. Him being the one to inherit this is kind of... I couldn't think of a good word." "Serendipitous?" Coop sounded like he meant it. "Serendipitous, yeah." I faced the window again, and I leaned my forehead against the glass to see better. "That garden is so beautiful. I can't wait to wander in it." "I loved creating it." He shifted, and his hand brushed mine before he shoved it in his pocket. It sent a little thrill up my arm and delayed my brain from registering what he'd said. "Wait, what?" I glanced at him. "You designed it?" "Don't act so surprised. You knew I was studying landscape architecture." "Well, yeah, but I guess I didn't get that it meant creating amazing stuff like this." I pointed to the garden. "It was my senior project. Miles let me take the mess of a garden and redo it, design and everything." Coop shot me a sidelong glance, a gleam in his eyes. I turned to face him, and he did the same to me. We stood close enough that the warmth from his body took away the chill of the hallway. How could I tell him how impressed I was without gushing? "You took it from a weed patch and turned it into this? By yourself?" "It's all my design, but Miles hired day laborers to help with the heavy lifting, so to speak. I received full marks." "You must be a hot commodity now you have your degree." A knot of worry formed in my stomach. "Will you take a job somewhere else?" "Honestly, I don't know. Miles had planned for me to be the head gardener here. It's up to your father what I do next." Coop reached up and moved a strand of hair from my face.
His fingers brushed against my cheek ever so slightly, and my breath caught.
Lia,
Hey, Lia! Heath's head peeked into view on the curvy stairs. I jumped back, my face growing hot. What must that have looked like to my brother? And what had Coop been about to say? I shot him a glance. His cheeks had turned as red as mine must be. And he'd shoved his hands back into his pockets as he studied his boots.
Dad texted for us all to come to the East Wing, so get a move on.
Heath disappeared, but not before I saw that irritating smirk again. Punk. Chapter 10. When we arrived at the front entry, Dad was preparing to back the truck onto the lawn.
Wait, Mr. Savage. Coop dashed to the truck. The side entry will work better for that, and you won't risk damaging the lawn.
Let the guys do the grunt work, my mother said, sliding her arm through mine and leading me back inside and toward the east tower. I took a lot of pictures for you. I pulled out my phone with my free hand. The plumbing's all modern, and the bathrooms have jetted tubs. That shouldn't be a surprise to you. Mom shot me a sidelong glance, her brows raised. You'd have known that if you'd paid any attention before we left. I hope you'll have a more positive attitude about the place, now you've seen we won't be living in the Middle Ages. What could I say? Hard as it was to do, I accepted the immaturity of my behavior over the last 2 months, with the thought the tension which had bubbled inside me eased. She and Heath were right. The Citadel and even the quaint village were beyond cool, and I liked the people I'd met so far. Coop's voice came from outside, and I had to bite back a smile. My punk brother was right there, too. The summer did look a lot better than it had when we'd first arrived, and now there was a ghostly mystery besides. Mom had released my arm and stopped in the east tower. She pulled out her notepad, mumbling to herself as she jotted down something. I peeked through a door leading to the east wing. Curious, I stepped through. I wasn't sure what the room's original use had been, but another door led to a kitchen, sandwiched between it and the turret dining room. This would be a great meal staging area. Entering the kitchen, I took in the modern commercial appliances, complete with a pastry station at one end. A lightness filled my chest as I went to check it out. While larger than what Taylor and I had discussed, this was exactly the kitchen I had chosen for myself. All the hardware was there. It only lacked cookware, utensils, and such. Whoever my parents hired as their pastry chef would want to choose that stuff. It could be me. As the jealousy bug bit me, my stomach tightened. It couldn't be me, because I was opening a business in California with Taylor. My parents must have a lot of stuff to do before they'd be ready to hire a chef, much less a pastry chef. Maybe they'd get someone who did both. Either way, I could help by stocking some basic stuff, and I could break in the equipment. Studying the large room, I mentally counted the number of guest rooms we'd examined and tripled it. The kitchen would be more than adequate to feed everyone, even if they all ate here at once. Would the restaurant serve more than guests of the estate? "Oh, here you are," my mother said, hurrying into the kitchen. She paused like I had, but a crease appeared between her brows. "This is a great kitchen," I assured her. "Well, yes, but it's not exactly a family kitchen, if you know what I mean." "That's in here," Coop said, entering from an entrance on the other end. He stepped back and held the door for them. Mom hurried over, and I followed. We both let out relieved sighs. The large, old-fashioned kitchen even had one of those enormous fireplaces where people would hang a large cast-iron pot to slow-cook the evening meal. Was this where Coop and his family had dined before Miles had died? I glanced back, but he must have gone outside again. The boys hurried in, each lugging an end of one of Mom's large boxes labeled kitchen. She waved them where to put it. "Mom, where are we sleeping?" She pointed up. We like to keep our family quarters away from the guests and employees. From the map, this wing was for servants, so it might not be good enough for guests. Let's see. I followed her up a narrow spiral staircase to the second floor. It contained smaller rooms, none with bathrooms. Once again, a hallway ran the length of the east wing, with windows overlooking the garden. Except these were small windows, high up the wall. Had the designers not wanted the pesky servants to spy on their master or his guests? I wondered what Melly would have to say about that. "There are lots of rooms to choose from for your bedroom." Mom opened a door. "This floor has a couple of good-sized bathrooms, so I hope you kids won't fight over them." She stared down the hallway, thoughtful, and then glanced at me. "What?" I couldn't think of anything I'd done wrong. "I noticed you had that boy with you again." "That boy? Do you mean Coop?" "Yes." She made a quick scan of the hallway, all suspicious. Wondering what she was looking for, I searched it too. "We were here alone." "Is that a problem?" "We think those Montgomerys might be trying to scare us off." She pinched her lips. I blinked, not sure what to think, my mind going back to the incident in the library. Then I remembered Mom's adamant statement that there was no such thing as ghosts. It happened after she'd talked with Coop's mom. Had she mentioned him? My mother was one of the most practical people I knew. She didn't trust easily, but it took something to turn her against a person so quickly. I wondered what exactly Mrs. Montgomery had said. "What makes you think so, Mom?" "At the gatehouse, that woman told me some nonsense about the castle being haunted, and then they pull that stunt on the tower." My mother made a disgusted sound and planted her hands on her hips. "Well, we won't be scared away." Ugh, I couldn't exactly tell my skeptic mother there really was a ghost, and I'd seen him. "I don't believe they staged that. I mean, Coop's dad could have been killed." Mom took me by the arm again and pulled me down the hall toward the front wing. "Heath said the boy helped you with the inventory. Did he say anything?" "He told me Miles Savage had plans to turn the village into something like Williamsburg." I knew it wasn't what my mother had meant, but I wanted her thinking of something else. "I guess that's why the projects in Wildstone looked unfinished." My mother paused at the door, smiling for the first time. She must like the idea. Good. 1 point for Coop. We went through the doorway, and Mom gasped. She stepped into the huge open space, turning as she examined it. "This has so much potential. I can use this." She took out her notepad again, muttering to herself about the 4th of July. While she continued thinking aloud, I examined the area. The back wall had an entire bank of windows overlooking Coop's garden. The opposite wall had the smaller windows, typical of a fortress, but chalk outlines marked the stones surrounding them. I glanced between the two walls. They must have cut the stone to enlarge the windows, but hadn't finished the project. The state-of-the-art computer workstation sat against the wall with the modern windows, a drafting table nearby. While my mother examined the smaller windows, I went to check out the computer. The desk had a large stack of printed paper on it. One had a garden design. This one even grander than the one in place now. The design gave my heart a twist, and my eyes burned. I was glad Heath wasn't there to tease me. He liked to give me a hard time when I went all emotional over something beautiful. And that's what this design was, a true English garden in its infancy. But with a twist that I loved, moving from the formal to the wild. I carefully lifted the paper and held it up to compare it with the garden outside. "What's this?" Mom stepped beside me. "Oh, my." "Yeah." I shifted the paper for her to see better. "Coop designed this. He said it was his senior project. He just got his degree in landscape architecture." "That boy did this?" "That boy has a name, Mother." I fought my rising irritation. "It's Coop." "I can tell you like him already." Her expression softened. "I've liked him for a long time." I put down the paper. "Didn't Heath tell you we met Coop last summer?" "He mentioned something about it. But Lia, you can't trust everyone," she said, her voice soft. "And not everyone is out to get you." I kept my voice equally soft. "Yes, well," my mother stood a little taller and took the paper. "I'll show this to your father, but keep your ears open." She turned toward the east wing. "Once they've assembled the beds, we'll need to make them up. Melly said she wants to sleep with you." As soon as she'd mentioned Melly, Mom sent me a worried glance, the crease between her eyes deepening. "Mom, no." I tried to sound firm. After Phoebe's death, Melly had slept in my bed for 6 months before getting strong enough to face her bedroom alone. "She's a bed hog." "I know, sweetheart, but you've got a big bed, and Melly loves the princess stories you tell her." Mom patted my cheek. "She'll get used to this place soon enough." "Right." I sighed but didn't argue.
"Gabby, where are you?"
Dad's shout came from the family wing. "Coming," Mom called back and then mumbled. "We need an intercom system." She'd only taken 1 step before she spun on her heels and gave me a hard look. "The game is afoot, and we have to find out what's behind it." Dad called again, and she hurried off. I rubbed my temples. Ghosts, and now Sherlock Holmes quotes. Perfect. Chapter 11. Hugh held up his hand and willed it to turn corporeal. He grunted at the table, still visible through it. What had changed to make it so laborious for him to focus his power? Had those buffoons who had taken apart his beloved home reassembled it poorly, and that was the cause? Did it hearken back to his quest to locate the stone? Or perhaps 'twas the lack of his Irish soil underneath the citadel? Not a happy thought that, as he did not have the power to restore the citadel to its rightful place. Was he fated to languish in his search, unable to grasp enough strength to chase away these intruders? Hugh straightened. He refused to surrender to these upstarts. But if he could not rely on his former power to send them packing, what could he do? He reminded himself of the recovering invalid. He must be content with taking small steps. His mind drifted to a day when he'd been a mere lad, hiking the hills surrounding the citadel. He had taken a pebble in his boot, but his father had no patience with a delay and refused to stop. The longer Hugh had walked on it, the greater the irritation, until he had thought he had a giant stone rubbing the skin from his foot. But no, 'twas merely a pebble. A tiny stone. Aye, Hugh would be that pebble until he was strong enough to do more. Patience 'twas what he needed. Slight irritations. With a small smile of anticipation, he concentrated, twisting his hand and wiggling his fingers. When they became solid, he lifted the chain of keys the mother had left on the table. 'Twas fortunate he could also move items through the walls. The raucous laughter of the twin boys made Hugh startle. His hand turned translucent again, and the keys crashed to the floor. The undisciplined hellions! Hugh forced his hand to turn solid, grasped the keys again, and moved to the window. Below, the little girl gave a happy squeal as her brothers swung her into the air. For a moment, another scene superimposed itself upon theirs. A different brother swung his young sister. Hugh pressed his hand against his chest, but the ache did not stop. Where had they put his little Moira's stone? How could he ever be free of the place if he could not find it? Below, the father called for the children. Hugh's hand turned translucent again, and he growled. They were all so distracting. Frightening away the servants had been simple enough. He would make them pay. This family of noisy boys and too perceptive girls. Be warned, Hugh said through gritted teeth. I vow to take back the citadel for myself and my search.
Chapter 12. After all the drama of that first day, the next few seemed anticlimactic by comparison. Exhausting, but anticlimactic. We spent our waking hours unpacking, stocking the pantry, and moving around the furniture. Every night, as I fell into my bed, which, despite what Mom had promised, still included Melly, I'd vow to collect the promised wages and return to Sacramento. Taylor's family would let me stay with them. But every morning, I'd see Coop helping wherever my parents needed him, along with whatever regular duties he had. Knowing he was here gave me the incentive to push through another day. I knew I'd eventually get to spend some time with him. Maybe today, since my parents had called a meeting and invited the three Montgomerys to it. I wiped the bathroom mirror again. The fan couldn't keep up with the amount of steam. I'd had to mention it to my father. They'd want to check the ones in the guest wing. Melly, do you have to use so much hot water? I complained, hanging up the hand towel. I can't see to put on my makeup. The sound coming from the shower stopped. I'm done. I picked up the towel she'd dropped on the floor and held it out for her. The shower door opened a crack, and her little hand appeared at the bottom and began fumbling around. I swung the towel over her hand, and she giggled as she took it. I went back to the mirror and reached for the brush I'd pulled from the drawer a few minutes earlier. It wasn't there. Where had I put it? I opened the drawer again, but didn't find it. What are you looking for? Melly asked, trying to wrap the oversized towel around her. My brush. Let me help you with that. I took a fresh towel from a drawer and used it to hand-dry her hair before wrapping it around her head. Adorable, she grinned up at me, draped in towels from head to foot. Didn't you bring your clothes in here with you? I asked, glancing around the large bathroom. Grateful again there'd turned out to be 3 on this floor, so we didn't have to share one with the boys. Melly frowned. I did. I put them on top. She pointed to the dirty clothes hamper. Lifting the lid, I found not only her clean clothes, but my hairbrush. I took them out and turned to face her,
brows lifted. "It wasn't me." "Well, I didn't do it." I planted my hands on my hips, waiting for her to confess. Instead, Melly mimicked my pose. "Well, I didn't either." Something flashed across her face, and her gaze darted all over the room. "Maybe it was him." A chill went down my spine. "Oh, my gosh. Do we have a pervert ghost?" "No," Melly's tone had turned firm. "He's not like that." "And how do you know?" "I just know." I huffed, but knew there was no point in pushing it. "Let's get your clothes out before they smell like the rest of the stuff in there." After handing them to her, I grabbed my brush. My phone pinged with a message from Heath. "Where are you?" I checked the time and groaned. I was late. "Sweetie, can you get everything buttoned by yourself?" I asked, quickly running my brush through my hair. She nodded, and I grabbed a hair tie. "Mom said you're to stay in this wing, okay? The meeting's in the kitchen." "Will there be treats?" Melly was already pulling a sweater over her head. "Yes, but Mom will want you to eat a proper breakfast first." I grabbed my sweater and hurried out the bathroom door, accompanied by her groan. I broke into a jog and slowed only when I had to maneuver down the spiral staircase. It was just as well, since the thing was noisy. I made a clumsy entrance by interrupting something my father was saying. "Sorry," I murmured as I took the only remaining seat next to Coop. "I was just saying." Dad shot me a sidelong glance, but there was a twinkle in his eye. "I'd like an assessment made of the village. Mrs. Montgomery here has provided a list with the names and phone numbers of the tenants, but I'd like a description of what they do or sell. Nothing detailed. Gabby's already emailed everyone to expect a visit." "Can I help with it?" "I've been wanting to check out the village anyway and meet the people." I glanced between my parents. "I'll bet Melly would like to come too." "We could split the list between us," Heath added, pushing up his glasses. "The boys will want to come with you," Mom warned. "It'll give them something different to do and get them out of your hair for a while." Heath shifted his gaze to Coop. "You coming too? I thought that guy Trace might help, unless you're too busy." I'd had to work hard to keep a neutral expression and not appear too interested. "I'm actually scheduled to work on some things in the village today with Trace anyway." "Sounds perfect to me," Dad said. "The three of you might as well get busy. We don't need you for the rest of the agenda." "I brought cinnamon rolls," Mrs. Montgomery said. "They're on the counter in the kitchen." "Great." Heath was already headed there. "I'll make sure Melly eats something nutritious, too," I whispered to my mother as I passed by her chair. "Thank you." Coop gave a nod and rose from the table. He couldn't help himself, but glanced Leah's way and caught her gaze. Her cheeks went pink, and she ducked her head, but he didn't miss the hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth before she turned toward the kitchen. Pleased that he hadn't been reading her cues wrong, Coop headed in the opposite direction through the east turret. He pulled out his phone as he walked and sent a text to Trace. Change in plans for today. We're helping Heath and Lia to inventory the village. It didn't take Trace long to respond. Inventory? Should Dee Dee and the others be worried? Coop paused in front of the suits of armor near the front door. He hadn't thought about it that way. "I don't think so, but only time will tell. Maybe Heath and Lia will know." "I'll meet you in the tunnel then." "KK." Coop put his phone away, hoping his parents were holding up all right. They were all still unsure about whether the Savage parents would keep them on. They'd worked well with Miles and never had problems they couldn't find a way through. Coop had listened to enough of the employees at the company he'd interned at the previous summer, though, that he knew a change in ownership could create all kinds of problems. He'd been pleased to see that Roger, as Mr. Savage had insisted everyone call him, had taken a wait-and-see approach before deciding about letting anyone go or hiring new people. Evidently, Lia's father was of the mind that, if it wasn't broken, he wouldn't fix it. It was up to the Montgomerys to prove they weren't broken. The squeal of the younger twin Savages as they clambered down the spiral staircase into the dining room rang all the way into the main lobby. Those two kids had more energy and seemed to feed off each other. Heath had been brave to volunteer to bring them. Hopefully they wouldn't create chaos. They burst into the great hall, each carrying a giant cinnamon roll courtesy of his mother. Bringing treats over every day was her attempt to win over the family. The Savage children had started calling her Nan and his father Poppy, which irritated Gabby. The treats might be part of the reason the twins were bouncing off the walls. Maybe Coop should suggest that his mother do less sugary treats. The boys loved the echoes they created. Every time he'd ever seen them in the room, they were always trying out new sounds and squeals and listening for the effects. Gabby had talked of carpeting the large room, which would help some. "Lucky!" Melly cried, skipping toward him and holding up her own roll. "Don't drop it," Lia called, following. She carried a cheese stick and a banana. "No roll for you?" Coop asked. "I'll get the rest of hers. She doesn't eat that much." She glanced around. "Where's Heath?" "Coming." He jogged over to them, computer tablet under his arm. "I had to make sure I had Nan's list." Coop grinned that even his friend had started using the endearment for his mother. "Melly," Heath said, "you and the boys will have to wash your hands before you can go inside any of the stores." Eli and Joel pinched their brows together and gave Heath a duh look before beginning their noise-making efforts with full mouths. Coop glanced at Lia again. He didn't want to say anything, but he'd had enough situations where he'd attended a social gathering where the parents let their kids run wild with no supervision. He hoped Roger and Gabby could control the boys. It wouldn't fly well with guests staying at the hotel. Coop's concern must have shown on his face because Lia stepped closer. "Don't worry," she whispered. "They're not always like this. It's just excitement at the new adventure. Mom and Dad have both already talked with them about needing to behave themselves. And I know they can because they normally do. They always seem to understand, even when they were in kindergarten, that some things which were okay at home weren't okay in school." "I'll take your word for it. Are we all ready to go?" Coop said to the others. "Yes, yes," the twins cried, while Melly skipped over to slide her free hand into Lia's. "Trace is going to meet us on the way." Coop didn't know how to unobtrusively adjust his pace so he could walk beside Lia, but the boys made it simple by running ahead. Heath followed, and then Melly broke into a run to catch up. "Do you have her?" Lia called as she stepped beside Coop. Heath didn't look back, but simply raised an arm as he kept pace with the three younger Savages. As it had several times since the family arrived, the image of the younger children being savages struck Coop as humorous, and he chuckled. "What's funny?" Lia asked. When he explained, she gave a soft laugh. "I don't think anyone would disagree with that, especially not my parents." "Most of the time, I do enjoy how high-spirited they are," Coop said, "and good-spirited. Kids can be really mean, and I haven't seen much of it in your siblings." "Oh, they're plenty competitive, especially Eli and Joel, but they're more likely to form a team and compete with others than against each other. They really are best friends." Trace stepped out of the shadows of the tree tunnel which ran between the citadel and the village. The younger boys ran ahead to join him. "Before we catch up with them, I have a question. Why haven't we seen any signs of the ghost?" Lia asked.
I have no idea. He can go weeks and even months without showing up. It surprised me he was so active the day you guys arrived.
Well, I guess that kills my idea of playing up the ghost thing.
What are you thinking?
Just that they have those haunted houses or forests kids like to go through in October. There are some that make enough money during that single month to keep them going the other 11. You know how Disneyland plays up the Nightmare Before Christmas in the Haunted Mansion for Halloween? We could have events like that for October in an actual castle.
Lia shrugged.
Anyway, it's just an idea I've been toying with. I have no idea if my parents would be interested.
Coop said nothing at first, thinking about her very solid and skeptical parents. He doubted Lia was suggesting she convince her parents the castle was really haunted. They'd never believe it. And from what he knew of Heath, he wouldn't either. I think those could be fun ideas, Coop said. Even if the Citadel didn't have a ghost who could show up. It might be fun to have a mystery dinner or something like that. You'd want to talk with Trace about possibly having a haunted walk through the woods. He knows them inside and out, and could probably make some suggestions for creating a path that wouldn't cause too much damage. A corn maze would be fun, too, but the adjacent farm has one already.
I like your ideas.
I saw Dee Dee and mentioned you were visiting, Trace said as they joined him and headed toward the village. She asked if you'd mind her coming with us. I don't know. Heath exchanged a glance with Lia.
I have a good feeling about her, and I think it'd be fine.
Lia nodded.
Besides, she's on the village council, so she'll probably know more about the stuff they're dealing with. Remember how Taylor's dad was always talking about stuff we'd never heard of when he was on the city council?
Yeah, and it bored me stupid. Heath pulled a face.
Well, now we're responsible for the well-being of an entire village. So wake up!
Lia nudged him with her shoulder. Dee Dee's always watching out for folks, and she's fair, Trace said. All right, then. I'll take your word for it.
With the tablet under one arm, Heath put a hand on each of his younger brother's shoulders, since the boys had moved closer to him as they walked. Coop glanced around Lia and found that Melly had taken her hand again. It made him look at the tree tunnel with fresh eyes. The dappled light coming through the treetops was dimmer this morning because of the cloud cover. The children startled at sounds in the forest. How could he make them feel better about it?
This is one of my favorite spots on the property, he said, scanning the area.
It is? Eli asked with a frown.
Mine, too, Trace added, sending Coop an approving nod. I'm in the forest all the time because I work with trees. This is a great way for visitors to see what the forest is like, but here they also have a nice level path to walk through a living diorama.
What's a diorama? Joel asked.
It's a 3D model in miniature. Museums usually have some, Heath said.
Oh, yeah, like those Disney movies when they come alive.
Eli nodded.
Except ours is live for real. Eli grinned. That's kind of cool.
Well done, Lia said, and pointed ahead with her free hand. It looks like Dee Dee is waiting for us.
Chapter 13. Lia followed the others, mentally debating what she should do about Coop. She'd caught him watching her a few times, and she could tell he was interested. This time, she had no doubt about it. She had her dream chance to pursue something with him. But was it fair to either of them, knowing she wasn't staying? Could she talk him into moving back to Sacramento? Which was absolutely ridiculous and premature. She needed to get a grip. Taking a deep breath, she hurried her pace to catch up with the others who were greeting Dee Dee.
And you remember my sister Lia, I think,
Heath said. Of course I do. Dee Dee smiled, lifting a foot. She liked my boots. I'd still like to look at those samples you have in your shop, Lia said, stepping forward. Though I have to confess, I'm not sure I'd be brave enough to wear them. You should wear styles which suit you. Dee Dee studied her, but there was a twinkle in her eyes. Unfortunately, those can be difficult to find in traditional shops. But you all wanted to check out the stores in the village. As you can see, your cousin Miles has been bringing in old homes to use as shops.
What's that larger building under construction?
Heath pointed to the shell. That was planned to be a bed and breakfast, since not everyone who visits the village would necessarily wish to stay at the castle. The contractor, who also happens to be a villager, is waiting for word from your father whether or not to continue the work. The outline of the building reminded Lia of a B&B they'd stayed at in Calistoga once, when they'd made their rounds of the Napa wine country. She tried to remember the quaint name.
You're thinking really hard,
Coop whispered. Ye old something inn. She glanced up at him. If we go with the historic village theme, doesn't that sound like a good name for a bed and breakfast? I mean, with a real name.
Since we're surrounded by forest, maybe a tree? Trace asked. Of course you'd think of a tree, Coop said with a chuckle. I like it. Heath turned to face him. Lots of new communities named their streets after trees. But there are an awful lot of pine trees in this area. Ye old Ponderosa Inn, ye old Pine Inn. There has to be something better.
Coop rubbed his chin.
Ye old Hemlock Inn, Trace teased.
Because that would be so inviting, Dee Dee said dryly, but her expression turned thoughtful. Before Miles passed away, there was a family interested in running the B&B. They were calling it the Hawthorne Inn.
Ye old Hawthorne Inn. That could work. Do you know whatever happened to the Odells?
Coop glanced at me and then Heath.
They're the people Miles had lined up for this place.
The last I heard, they're looking at options in other locations, Dee Dee said. They'd prefer to stay here, but they have a limited time to make the investment.
I've noted that by their name,
Heath said, typing quickly into the tablet. He looked up at Lia.
I should have thought to bring one of these for you and Coop.
It's okay. I've got my phone, and I downloaded the list Mom sent. Why don't you take the left side of the street, and I'll take the right? I looked at Dee Dee. Which is your shop? It's called the Mystic Crystal, and it's about halfway down the street. Perfect. That's on my side. You want to accompany me and Coop, then? I asked.
I would love to.
Dee Dee shot Heath a concerned glance, and I realized she would have preferred we all went together. What was she worried about? I didn't want to be secretive. Without thinking about it, I slid my arm through Coop's because I needed the extra support. He covered it with his other hand. Something's troubling you, Dee Dee, I said. I've been thinking a lot about your situation and that of the other villagers. I'm guessing it's been rough on you guys since Miles died, and all his plans were left hanging in limbo. It's been difficult. She let out a long sigh. A couple of businesses have already moved out. By ourselves, we don't generate that much foot traffic. Until the Citadel opens, we're unlikely to. If we had to pay rent while everything's been under construction and now on hold, we'd all have had to close shop. Well, why don't you take us around and show us the shops already set up and explain why you think what they're selling would fit in a historical village? All right, but I must ask that you bear in mind this is also a living community. It won't simply be a theme park where everyone goes home at night. This is our home. It ended up being an enlightening morning, and one where I either had my hand on Coop's or he held my elbow. I couldn't shake the sense that we were both making a statement with the touching. Heath certainly didn't miss it when we met up again, and neither did Trace, who watched us with a little too much interest. We ended the tour by having lunch at a small diner. The place filled quickly, and I wondered if the villagers usually ate there or if they'd come to see us. Melly and the boys, as usual, talked to everyone. I'd have to mention that to my parents. The whole stranger danger thing was an issue everywhere, and not just in California, especially when the place opened for visitors. "Have you seen any sign of your friend?" Dee Dee whispered to me once the waiter had taken our orders and left. "What?" I sent Coop an accusing glance.
I didn't have to tell her because she already knows about him.
"Ah, so you've seen him too?" She leaned closer. "What did you see?" I glanced at the others at the table and shot Coop a warning look. "Another time, then." Dee Dee straightened and asked Melly a question. I pulled Coop closer and whispered, "How many people have seen him?"
Not many, but Dee Dee was there when he pitched a fit at my mother.
I vaguely remembered him mentioning that, but Coop pulled my thoughts from our ghost by lacing his fingers with mine. He shot me a sidelong glance, his neck growing darker. I curled my fingers around his and forced myself to breathe more slowly. I hadn't been imagining things between us, and I wanted it so badly. But a part of my mind whispered this could end up being nothing more than a summer fling. My chest tightened, and I wondered yet again if that would be fair to either of us. Chapter 14. As Coop climbed into his pickup, his gaze went to the Citadel. He needed to drive into town to check out new plant shipments and place an order. Roger had liked the garden design and given a tentative go-ahead on its completion. Just as Lia had predicted that first day, her mother had loved it. Gabby was already making plans to use the gardens as a wedding venue. Coop wished he knew what to think about Lia. Since the trip to the village when she'd taken his arm and then they'd held hands at lunch, she'd pulled back. Before then, it seemed like she was seeking him out. In the last few days, Coop had spotted her a few times and then only in passing. Rubbing his neck, he wished he could read her mind to know if he'd done something wrong, or had the guts to just ask her. He sat in the truck thinking for a couple of minutes before starting it and heading to the Citadel. After parking near the family entrance, he hopped out. At the kitchen door, Coop paused to listen to the noise coming from inside. Music and singing. Lia must be cooking. His spirits lifted. Heath had always said she was never in a better mood than when she was baking something. All last summer, she and her friend Taylor had talked about nothing but desserts, though they'd never brought any to the activities they all took part in. He guessed the confections Lia made wouldn't hold up during a river rafting trip. His stomach rumbled as he knocked on the door. Maybe he'd finally get to taste something she'd made. "It's unlocked," Lia called. Coop opened the door to find her working at the big table, putting the finishing touches on some delicate little desserts. Seeing her there, so obviously happy, gave him an odd sense of rightness, like the Citadel's large kitchen had been waiting for someone just like her. "Hey, Coop." She sounded perfectly normal and not upset with him in the least. Was he wrong? And she'd only been busy and not ignoring him? Lia wiped at a strand of hair that had come loose from her ponytail. In the process, she smeared something brown on her cheek, and she'd never looked more beautiful.
Did I come at a bad time?
His voice came out a little rough, and he hoped she hadn't noticed. "No, you came at the perfect time. I'm just finishing up." She lifted one delicacy wrapped in a thin, waxed paper cup thing. Want a taste?
Heck yeah.
Coop didn't hesitate. When he took it from her, their fingers brushed, sending a surge of attraction up his arm. An adorable blush rose on her cheeks, so she'd felt it too. More confident, he took his time removing the paper. He sniffed it and arched a brow. "Oh, just taste it," she cried. He took a bite and let it linger on his tongue, like he had seen wine tasters do. The flaky crust melted in his mouth, and then the flavor of chocolate burst across his taste buds. He felt like a connoisseur of dessert à la Lia. He hummed with pleasure. "You like it," Lia gave a happy sigh. It tasted so good, Coop didn't answer, but stuffed the rest of it into his mouth. He hummed again and grinned as he chewed. "You are such a tease." Lia went to the sink to wash her hands.
Are you just practicing, or are these for something special?
"They're for the meeting in the village tonight." She picked up a towel and turned to face him.
I'm glad your father's including the villagers in his plans.
Coop came to stand beside her to rinse his fingers.
I think it was smart to check out what Miles already had going before moving ahead.
Me too. She handed him the towel.
You have a smudge.
He pointed to Lia's cheek, and her face pinked again. He loved the way she looked, with chocolate smeared on her face, her messy ponytail with wisps of hair trying to break free, and flour dusting her apron. She smelled like all the good things in his life: home, comfort, happiness. "I always end up wearing whatever I bake." She took back the towel he offered and wiped her cheek. Lia looked so kissable at that moment, and his gaze dropped to her mouth. But if holding her hand had put her off, asking to kiss her for sure would. He looked up and met her beautiful dark eyes, opening his mouth to ask what had troubled her. But he lost the nerve. "Why are you standing there with your mouth open?" Lia grinned. "Let me guess. You're doing the charades version of Oliver Twist's famous line."
I'm not sure I remember that.
Coop frowned. He'd tried to play charades with the group last summer, but had done a pathetic job. His parents weren't much into playing games, so he had little experience. "No way! You don't know Dickens?" Lia frowned when he shook his head. "You've lived a deprived life." She picked up another pastry. In the workhouse, the kids are hungry all the time. Urged on by some other children, Oliver gets up the courage to go up to the guy who runs the place and says, "Please, sir, I want some more." She handed the treat to Coop. He accepted the pastry and, curious, asked,
"Did they give it to him?"
"Nope." Lia started packing the rest of the treats in a box. "They locked him up and then sold him as an apprentice to people who treated him so badly he ran away and ended up becoming a pickpocket in London." There's a lot more to the story, though. If you want to know what happens, I noticed a copy of the book in the library. You're welcome to borrow it. She closed the lid of the box and reached for a roll of ribbon. "What are you up to this afternoon?"
I need to order a bunch of stuff for the garden,
Coop said, rinsing his hands again. "You're going into pain?"
Yep.
Lia glanced at him, her expression bright. "Mind if I tag along? I want to check out what kind of pastry supplies they've got. You have no idea what it's like working with my mom's kitchen stuff. She only brought what she considered the essentials."
Lia made a disgusted sound. Having to use only her kitchen utensils was like working with stone knives and bear skins. Didn't seem to hinder you. It tasted great to me.
His remark earned him a smile.
Do you have a passport? Payne's not very big, and you might find a better selection on the Canadian side.
"I don't yet. I guess I'll have to get one." Lia began shifting the rest of the dirty dishes into the sink.
Look here. Coop pulled out his wallet and opened it. You'll want to get a passport card for this area. It's cheaper and easier to use than a book. When she grinned at the picture, he snapped the wallet shut. Stop it. He scowled. They said I couldn't smile. Whatever. Lia continued to smirk as she filled the sink with hot water and soap. Coop picked up a clean towel and dried the dishes as she washed. She chattered on about baking while they worked. He enjoyed listening to her, impressed with the passion she had for what she did. While he might prefer to work with plants, dirt, and stone, he understood the creative energy behind her words. So, can I come with you? She asked, sliding the box of delicacies into the large refrigerator. If you don't mind company, that is. I'd love company. Coop tried to keep his enthusiasm toned down. I'll grab my stuff and let Mom know where I'm going. She's got something for me to do before dinner. Lia already had her phone in her hand, typing something into it as she headed toward the kitchen door, which led to the back stairs. Hey, Coop called. You going to wear that apron? Lia spun around, the same laughter in her eyes which had first caught his attention in Sacramento. Yeah, probably not. She untied it and hung it on a hook. I'll wash it later. Coop waited by the truck, trying not to grin like an idiot. If he hadn't dropped by here first, he'd have had to make the trip to town alone. And he hadn't even had to invite her to come with him. She'd done it all on her own. For most of the drive into Payne, they reminisced about the previous summer. As they approached town, Lia turned quiet, her hands toying with the straps of her purse. Something bothering you? He asked. Not really bothering me, but I admit it's got my curiosity going. Lia shifted in the seat a little more, bringing her knee up on the bench. How much longer do you think before we'll see the ghost again? I feel like I imagined him, but I'm sure I saw him. There have been a few other times when it might have been him, but the pranks could also have been Eli and Joel. Is that a problem? Coop tried to pay attention to what she was saying and not the closeness of her knee to his leg. I guess not. She stared off into the distance for a few seconds, seeming lost in thought. Or are you still hoping to plan activities around a haunted castle? Lia gave a soft laugh. I posed the idea to my mom and she hated it, though I wasn't surprised. Yeah. Coop had wondered about the specter's silence and been relieved about it at the same time. After the stunt he'd played on Coop's father, he wouldn't mind if the haunt never showed up again. Because of the lack of ghostly activity, his mom hadn't felt the need to give further warnings. Gabby still acted a little aloof toward his family, but the little kids already loved Coop's mother. Are you disappointed? He asked, pulling into a parking place at the shopping center. It just seems like a missed opportunity. It helped to convince her if we could prove there really was a ghost. I did mention that he doesn't show up very often. Coop glanced down at her, and something passed between them. So powerful it set his heart racing. They'd had moments before, but nothing like this. Her eyes widened a little, so she'd felt it too. Then a flash of uncertainty crossed her face before she looked down. Why would she be uncertain about them? He'd dated a lot in college and even had a couple of girlfriends, but he'd never been as comfortable with any of them as he was with Lia. At least, when she wasn't throwing up barriers between them. Coop hated playing games. He should ask her straight out what was bothering her. He glanced at Lia. What if she had something else on her mind, and it wasn't about him at all? Did she have a boyfriend in California she was missing? No, she wouldn't have held his hand. What if he made it worse by asking? Coward. He played it safe. I doubt we have a lot of baking options here for the kind of stuff you're looking for. Coop pointed to the grocery store. Remember, If they don't have what you want, your best bet is over the border or one of the bigger cities south of here. Let me know when you're ready to go. I'll be over there."
He nodded toward the garden store. "Thanks." She opened her door. By the time he'd scrambled out, she'd shut it. Coop watched as she pulled the strap of her purse over her shoulder and headed toward the market. He glanced at the hardware store and then back at Lia. An image of the last time he'd seen her in Sacramento flashed through his mind. It'd been at what had turned out to be the final barbecue of the summer, following a rafting trip down the American River. Lia had sat to eat between him and Heath, her hair, much as it had been earlier, pulled back in a messy ponytail. The campfire had brought out the glow of her tanned skin against her bright T-shirt. Heath had finally left them alone to help settle a gaming disagreement. Coop had wanted to suggest that he and Lia keep in touch when he returned home, but he'd been afraid she said she wasn't interested. He'd said nothing and regretted his silence all winter. Heaving out a deep sigh, Coop strode to the grocery store. When he approached Lia in the cooking section, she glanced up. He felt a brief flicker of what had passed between them earlier, and her cheeks flushed. But she didn't turn away this time. That was something. "Done already?" she asked. "Haven't gone there yet. Thought I'd wait for you." She went back to studying the long row of mystery kitchen tools. Since he mostly only made pizza, it looked like the store had a decent selection. "What's this?" Coop picked up a wide tool which reminded him of a razor. "Could I shave with this?" He held it near his upper lip, arching a brow in question, and finally broke through her reserve. With a little laugh, Lia pulled down his hand. "You'd cut yourself if you tried. That's a combination vegetable and julienne peeler." "Julienne," he said, his skin still warm where she touched him. "Sounds kind of familiar." "You've probably heard of it. Julienne potatoes or julienne carrots are pretty common." She hung the package back on its hook. "It's anything cut into thin strips, usually vegetables." "Ah, okay." Coop continued to ask her about utensils unfamiliar to him, and by the time they walked to the check stand, her mood had lifted. After she paid for her purchases, they headed to the truck. He wondered if she'd come with him to the hardware store. She did. When Coop paused at the garden tool aisle, Lia kept going. Setting aside the hoe he'd picked up, he followed her. She went straight to the garden center, one of his favorite places. The list he'd brought included the plants he needed. Since he wanted to see if they had anything new, he delayed finding the clerk and accompanied Lia up and down the rows of plants instead. "What are these called?" She ran her fingers lightly over the vibrant pink blooms on a bush. "Rhododendron macrophyllum." He gave her the scientific name, and she scowled at him. He said, "It's our state flower." "That one's pretty," she said a little later. "That's a salmonberry. It's technically a shrub, but it can grow up to 13 feet tall. They're pretty hardy. We have a thicket of them on the edge of the forest." "Nice." Coop noticed a pattern to the types and colors of the flowers Lia liked. She might not realize it, but she had a good eye for color combinations. It translated well to plants. Maybe it had something to do with her training in decorating. Maybe she just had a talent for it. An idea formed in his mind. "Do you need any help with your list?" she asked once they'd made it through all the plants. "No, I just have to give it to the clerk," he said. "Thanks for walking with me through the garden section. I've added a few things to my list." "Happy to," she said. When they climbed into the truck, Lia's expression had turned conflicted again, like she faced a tough decision. She said nothing, though. While disappointed, he could hardly fault her. Besides, what if what she had to say wasn't what he wanted to hear? Coop turned on the radio. Lia hummed along, but she seemed distracted.
Even if she'd decided she wasn't interested in him as more than a friend, he wanted her to know she could talk to him as one. Lots of relationships began with that, like his parents had. He'd promised himself there'd be no more missed opportunities. He took a deep breath. "I hope you know," Coop said, "if something's bothering you, you can talk to me about it." Lia merely smiled. Later that evening, as he drifted off to sleep, he went over the day's events. Something had flashed in her eyes when he'd mentioned talking to him when something bothered her. What was on her mind? How could he get her to open up? Chapter 15. Spending a morning with Coop the other day had messed with my resolve. The more time I spent with him, the more I wanted to be with him. My mom had been more than a little irritated when she'd realized I'd gone to town with him. I finally quit paying attention to her scowls. She seemed to do that over anything relating to the Montgomerys, which was totally unfair. Coop's parents were the sweetest things ever. Mellie loved them. Mrs. Montgomery's treats had made lifelong friends of the boys, and everyone else liked Coop. I mean, what wasn't to like? Coop. My thoughts about him had gotten all mixed up. I'd managed to stay away from him until we'd gone to the garden center together. Since those fun times last summer, something was changing between us, and it was much more intense. Until that shared drive to town with Coop, looking at a guy had never taken my breath away. To be honest, it kind of freaked me out. I really liked him, but I shouldn't let myself feel this way. Like I had any control over that. Since coming here, my heart had developed a will of its own. I couldn't keep away from him now. Fortunately, Coop seemed satisfied with only friendship, so I shouldn't have to worry about getting in over my head. I hoped. "Morning." I stepped beside him and picked up a hoe. I'd taken to rising an hour early to help him with the garden. My excuse was that it was excellent exercise. "It's going to be a hot one today." Coop shot me a sidelong smirk. When he joked like this, it reminded me of Heath. No wonder they'd become good friends so quickly last year. They had a similar sense of humor. "Yeah, I think I'm going to fry out here with a high today of 68. I noticed some flats of flowers, all various shades of pink. "Oh, when did you get those? Please tell me they're for the heart garden." Among other things, we'd spent the last 2 days prepping a large heart-shaped planting bed, which made up the centerpiece of the garden. All paths led to it, and the quaint wooden bench sitting at its head. Mom had gone ecstatic when Coop had first proposed it. Mom had assigned Coop with making his garden into a photographer's go-to place for wedding shoots. "They are." He straightened from his digging. "Tom Lee brought them out for me. I don't think you've met him yet. He heads Wildstone's volunteer fire department. Do you like the colors?" "I love them." I'd have to be blind not to see that every one of these flowers had been ones I'd commented on during our garden center visit. "Are you going to plant them today?" "I've been waiting for you." "Thank you." I grabbed his arm and squeezed it before doing a little dance. "Can we finish it in an hour? It's a pretty big bed." "Sure we can. Let's get the plants out of their trays. Then you lay them out while I make the holes." "Me?" My shoulders sagged. I loved the way his flower beds looked. The combination of colors and heights was a work of art. I didn't have that knack. Besides, his attention to detail both impressed and intimidated me. What if it looks ugly? "You picked great color options. How can it look ugly?"
But I didn't know I'd be choosing flowers for a formal garden when we were at the center. The pressure. I let out an enormous sigh. You'll tell me if something doesn't look right, okay?
Sure. But I want you to know I have every confidence in you. You have a good eye for design. Remember, I've watched you whip out those incredible little delicacies. He rubbed his stomach and made a smacking noise with his mouth. Warmth filled me, though his gesture made me think of my grandmother's favorite quote about the way to a man's heart being through his stomach. Shall we get to work? Coop asked. By the time the hour ended, my back ached from the bending, but we'd set all the plants in the ground. Coop had only made a couple of suggestions. He handled it well, posing his ideas as questions. I wondered if this was how he supervised everyone, or if he was being especially gentle with me. The plants don't fill the beds, I said, surveying her work. They'll grow to fill it in. We mixed plenty of my compost into the soil yesterday, so they'll get big in no time. Goal accomplished. Coop wiped his brow, a smudge of dirt spreading across it. Laughing, I reached up to wipe it off. Our gazes met, and a glint touched his eyes. Without thinking, I let my hand linger on his skin. The weird thing we'd experienced last week, now almost tangible, made my stomach swirl with attraction. I paused with my hand cupping Coop's cheek as it flowed between us. All my thoughts of keeping him in the friend zone flew right out of my head. He pressed his hand over mine. Lia, he whispered, his soft voice almost a caress. About last summer. Yes? I asked, barely able to get the breath to speak. Coop laced his fingers with mine and brought down our hands. I didn't say anything to you because I knew I'd be coming back here. Say anything about what? My heart skittered with anticipation. About us. Coop brushed his thumb over the top of my hand and sent a shiver up my arm. My future was here, and you and Taylor only talked about your dessert boutique. He brushed a stray strand of hair behind my ear. It didn't seem like there was any point in seeing if... Softening, his gaze dropped to my mouth and back to my eyes. I swallowed and licked my dry lips. If? It came out as a whisper. Coop leaned in. Finally. I lifted my chin and closed my eyes. Hey, Lia! Heath shouted. Like I'd been hit with a bucket of ice water, I startled, my eyes popping open. Coop dropped his hands and stepped back. With a swift movement, he picked up some of the empty flats. By the time Heath came into view, Coop held most of them. He didn't look at me. Hey, Heath, Coop said. We just finished. What do you think? My big brother, whom I wanted to beat to death at the moment, didn't quite smirk. He must have seen us standing so close, and he couldn't miss my flaming face or Coop's guilty expression. Isn't the heart shape kind of cheesy? Heath pushed up his glasses, studying the garden. Not for what your mother has in mind, Coop replied, unfazed by the criticism. He kept his gaze on my brother without even a telltale sidelong glance at me. True enough. Heath turned to me. Mom's ready for you. Okay. I bent to pick up one of the remaining empty flower trays. I'll be there as soon as I finish helping Coop clean this up. Heath did smirk then. Better text her, my brother said to me. I'm off to Wildstone pretty soon with Dad to meet with the people about the bed and breakfast. He strode from the garden. They're calling for the storm to go north of us. We should have a clear sky tomorrow. Coop kept the trays in his hands and didn't move closer to me. We'd just almost kissed, and now he wanted to talk about the weather? What a letdown. He chuckled at my expression and nodded toward his truck. What I'm trying to ask is if you've ever seen the aurora borealis.
No. Let me help with those.
I took a few of the flats from him. The TV news had talked about the northern lights, but our cloudy evenings had kept us from seeing them yet. I'd like to share the lights with you, he said as we walked to the truck. Want to come with me for a late-night picnic? You bring a blanket and I'll bring pizza. He loaded the flats onto the truck and grinned. I make a mean pizza. Sounds like fun. My phone pinged, indicating a text. I pulled it from my pocket. My mom. I'll finish this, he said. You go ahead. A nighttime picnic with Coop. Just us under the aurora borealis. A chance for him to explain that if. Thinking back on how powerful the pull I felt toward him was, I pushed aside a sense of unease. All last summer, I'd have loved for him to ask me out, and I was finally going to get my wish. Chapter 16. From the tower, Hugh studied the couple in the garden. 'Twas a fascinating time in which these distant relations of his lived. Watching them was like visiting the theatre, their antics both amusing and appalling at times. Such as this. That servant had been about to make love to his employer's daughter. Scandalous! 'Twas even more so that her brother had seen the display and not called the wretch out. When the girl returned to the castle, Hugh followed her. His patience had succeeded, though only in part. He was becoming stronger. However, with those rapscallion boys, the mother had taken Hugh's haunts for pranks by her younger sons. Even putting a chill in whichever room she worked in had little effect. She merely donned a cloak or, at times, carried a small mechanical contrivance with her which appeared to function as a portable fireplace. But 'twas the time for him to make this mother understand her sons were not behind the pranks. Rubbing his ghostly hands together, Hugh waited for this placid family to finally understand what they were up against. Chapter 17. Hey, Heath stepped around a large hedge and into the main garden again. Hey. Coop continued to watch Lia until she disappeared through the kitchen door, still smiling. All last summer he'd wanted to ask her out, and he'd finally done it. He glanced at Heath. I thought you were going somewhere with your father. He told me they rescheduled for later, so I have a little while. I wanted to congratulate you on the appointment as head gardener. Heath clapped him on the back. Dad just told me. He said he's already impressed with your ideas and how hard you work. He surprised me with that, but I'm thrilled. The news had excited his parents, especially when Roger had said he'd wanted them to stay too. One of my first duties will be to hire more ground crews. Coop didn't have the words to tell Heath what his father's job offer had meant. All those years of working and studying. Losing Miles and the uncertainty which had followed had left Coop in limbo. Now he wouldn't have to leave this place he loved so much. He glanced toward the kitchen again. And then there was Lia. Heath shifted awkwardly. What's up? Coop asked. I noticed you and my sister have been spending a lot of time together. Heath used the toe of his boot to swirl around the dirt. A thought occurred to Coop, which made his breath catch. He'd mentioned it to Trace, but hadn't thought of it since. Lia was his boss's daughter. Maybe Roger and Gabby didn't want her hanging out with a gardener. Even the new head gardener.
Had her parents sent Heath to warn him off?
Is that a problem?
Coop asked.
No, Heath said, jerked up. Not with me. Not with my parents either that I know of. With Lia?
Coop asked, rubbing his forehead.
Obviously not with her. Heath pushed back his glasses. Look, I can tell you're really into her. I just don't. I mean, you know,
He took a quick breath, and his words came tumbling out.
Lia's only here for the summer. She's going back to Sacramento this fall. I'm sorry. I just don't want to see you get hurt, man.
Coop didn't know how long he stood there, taking it in, his mind swirling with ideas. Long enough that Heath shifted uncomfortably again.
Thanks for letting me know.
Coop bent over and picked up a pickaxe.
That's it?
Coop straightened. He hadn't forgotten about her dessert boutique plans. A part of him had known she hadn't given up on her dream. Maybe he'd been in denial. Maybe he hoped the thing happening between them would be enough to keep her here.
Do you expect me to do something about it?
Yeah, I guess I do. Heath pulled at the collar of his shirt like it was too tight.
Oh, I get it.
Coop shifted his grip on the pick.
You're hoping I'll convince her to stay, aren't you?
If you can do that, Heath leaned in, you'll be on everyone's happy list.
Well, if my time's that short, I'll just have to pick up my game.
Coop swung the pickaxe over his head and sent it plunging into the rich soil, his mind busy with a plan. Lia, Mom said as soon as I entered the kitchen from the garden. My father stood beside her. Their expressions brought me back down to earth and made my stomach churn. I thought you were going into Wildstone, Dad. What's wrong?
My appointment called and said they got caught in traffic. We'll leave in a little while.
He held his arms across his chest, and my mother looked everywhere but at me. With a sinking stomach, I braced myself for the bad news. Just tell me what it is.
Your mother and I have decided to hire a professional caterer for the 4th.
He held himself so still. It reminded me of someone expecting a blow. Then his words sank in. After my initial gasp, I couldn't get enough air in my lungs. My knees were weak, and I had to grasp the back of one of the kitchen chairs to stay on my feet. My own parents didn't believe in me. A traitorous tear slipped down my cheek. I told you not to tell her like that, my mother hissed, shooting my father a glare before she turned to me. Sweetheart, it has nothing to do with you or your abilities, I promise. But I'm going to host an English tea party for the event. Mom looked at me then. I want you in charge of that, and I was worried both events would be too much for you. Are you just trying to placate me? I asked, finally able to breathe again.
No, Lia.
Dad handed me a tissue.
This tea thing of your mom's is a perfect way for you to get your feet wet. Besides, he lowered his voice, she's hoping you'll love doing it so much you'll want to do it again. So you'll stay here with us.
Roger! Mom shot him a look of daggers. Why don't you just blab everything? She turned to me. Don't you think a tea would be fun? You'll be completely in charge. My imagination had caught fire. An English tea with yummy food. I couldn't even be cross with her for trying to lure me here beyond the summer. But a part of me refused to let the caterer thing go. I watched my parents as they stood there waiting for my decision and trying not to let me see how tightly they were squeezing each other's hands. The sweetness twisted at my heart. I think we should limit it to 50 people, I said, relenting. What's my budget? They drew me into a group hug. Now, where's my teapot? Mom asked. I can't get anything done until I have my cuppa. My brush was missing again this morning, I said. You'll really have to talk to the boys. Aren't we keeping those two busy enough they don't have the energy to prank us so much? Every time I turn around, they've hidden something else. Raj, you talk to them this time. Whenever I do, they insist they didn't do it. Maybe they'll listen to you. Mom pulled a small pot from the rack over the island. And see if you can find another big kettle while you're in the village, please. I'll talk to them. Do you need me to pick up anything else? He asked. Well, I'm going to check out the ballroom while you're getting the tea. I turned and hurried from the kitchen. My emotions had jumbled together, like I'd been on a bungee jump diving to the depths, only to soar to the heights. I still felt a little lightheaded. As we'd discussed the 4th of July event, I'd expected my parents to ask me to oversee the food, but they'd said nothing. Now I understood why. Then I remembered Coop's invitation to a picnic, and that he'd almost kissed me. My emotions shot up again, and my whole body went warm. If he could make me feel this way without kissing me, what would it be like when he did? I entered the formal dining room of the East Tower and took in the large room. Heath had already created a website for the Citadel, and more people had signed up for the event on the 4th than we could host inside. We hadn't discussed it yet, but where did Mom plan to stage for the rest of the event? The caterer for the barbecue would require somewhere to set up, and I'd need a sizable chunk of the kitchen for the tea. Something else to think about. The tea should be held in a more intimate environment than the large turret room, at least in the beginning. If it went well, my mother might decide to make it an annual event. She could decide if she wanted to expand it to the ballroom then, though the stone walls weren't nearly as inviting as the library. I climbed the stairs to check it out. Once again, the coziness of the room struck me. It was just what I wanted for the ambiance. I scanned the bookcases. There were likely lots of valuable tomes there, which we'd need to protect from people with sticky fingers. Yes, this was where I'd hold the tea. As I turned out the library light, Melly came running up the spiral stairs, her cheeks pink from exercise, her cardigan bringing out the green in her hazel eyes. She looked healthier than I could remember in a couple of years, since we'd lost Phoebe. Between skipping about the castle and running around the grounds, she was constantly in motion. Her appetite now competed with that of the boys. "Hey, sweetie," I gave her a quick hug. "Have you eaten?" "I'm going back to get my second breakfast now." She grinned, her eyes twinkling as she waited for me to remark. "All right, you little hobbit, but you're headed in the wrong direction." She turned and skipped back down the stairs. I followed, saying, "Mom's teapot is missing. If you hear Eli and Joel scheming to prank us, you must let us know. This is getting out of hand." "They both say it's not them." Melly skipped in front of me into the great hall, a little breathless. "I believe them." The ghost had been quiet since the dirty clothes hamper thing, hadn't he? Why would he downgrade his antics? Unless it was the boys. If it's not them, and it's not the adults, it must be you. I gave her braid a teasing tug, but my little sister's expression turned solemn. "Phoebe says it's him." Melly pointed to the northwest tower. "Don't say that." I checked over my shoulder in case Mom or Dad was nearby. Why would Melly pick there? It stood farthest from the social areas, We'd ignored it since our parents hadn't decided what to do with it yet. I know. Millie looked at me, seeming wise for a 7-year-old. Sometimes they think Nan and Poppy are doing it, but they're not either. Seriously, if the Montgomerys had wanted to scare us away, making the kids love them seemed an idiotic way to go about it. Why couldn't my mother see that?
Who's not what?
Heath asked, coming up behind us. I explained about the missing teapot. Millie said again she didn't believe Joel and Eli had taken it, and neither had Coop's parents. She then declared she wanted her second breakfast and skipped toward the family wing. So, where'd it go? I asked, frustrated.
It's there.
With an odd expression, Heath pointed to something off to the side. I turned to find Mom's teapot held in a precarious balance on the top helmet of one of the castle's 3 suits of armor. Wow, I said.
I'm impressed.
Heath took slow steps toward it, turning his head back and forth like he was looking for something.
How did they do that?
I walked around the armor. The twins had grown a lot since the beginning of the year, but they weren't anywhere near as tall as Dad and Heath. I tried to imagine one of the boys using a ladder or a tall piece of furniture to get high enough to place it there, but there was no way their arms could have reached to balance the teapot on top. How are we going to get it down? I asked.
Like this.
My brother used a finger to give the armor a gentle nudge. The teapot tipped and fell. Heath caught it easily, but the lid hit the floor with a metallic clang. This has to stop. I picked it up and handed it to him. My hairbrush is missing again, too. After Dad got so mad when they unplugged all the appliances last week, I thought they'd stop. At the sound of heavy footsteps on the front porch, Heath grinned. He handed me the kettle and opened the door to Coop.
Come in, my tall friend. Hey, Heath, I thought you were going into the village. Everything all right?
Coop noticed me then. His slow smile warmed me so much, I could have taken off my sweater. He finally gave his boots one more stomp before stepping into the great hall.
Is that a new teapot?
Another prank by the boys. Heath nodded toward the armor. As he explained, my little sister's words kept coming back to me. Phoebe says it's him. What if Mellie were right, and it'd been the ghost doing these all the time? I'd done a little research about ghosts, and I thought poltergeists were the pranksters.
It was balancing right on top?
Coop walked over to the base that held the armor and lifted his hand into the air. As tall as he stood, he couldn't have reached it.
It didn't take much to bring it down, either.
Heath examined the teapot like it would tell him what had happened. I went to stand next to Coop, who pulled a face. His gaze shifted from me to Heath to the suit of armor, finally settling on my brother with a wary expression.
We didn't do this,
Coop said, his voice soft but firm.
I'm over 6.5 feet tall, and you just saw I can't reach it. Can you imagine my father teetering on a ladder trying to balance that thing up there?
I'd been staring at the armor, and they both looked at me. Isn't it obvious? I asked, resigned. The boys couldn't have done it either.
Not the ghost again,
Heath said in a flat tone.
You may not believe it's a ghost, Coop said. But consider this. If none of us are doing these pranks, there's some weird stuff going on here. The window washing pulley didn't fail that first day. Pop told me after it happened. When it tilted, it was like someone lifted one end, and not like the rope was slipping. It threw him off balance, and he fell.
Coop's tone turned more intense.
He said he'd grabbed the end of the board, but he knew he couldn't hang on for long. That's when one of the ropes wrapped itself around his foot and pinned him there. He gave us both a meaningful look as he added, "It gave him something to rest his other foot on." "Oh, please." Heath didn't roll his eyes, but it looked like it took an effort for him not to. "What are you saying? We have a prankster ghost, but one who won't go too far?" "I'm just telling you what my father said." Coop shrugged. "It's not Eli and Joel pulling these pranks. They've both told me you all think they're doing them, and it's ticking them off. They said it's not fair, them getting the blame with none of the fun." "Those two." He shook his head, a trace of a smile brushing his lips. "I've seen some weird things, too," I added. Heath shot me a look like I was only saying it because I liked Coop. "Heath, you're such a punk sometimes. I'm not making this up." "All right, fine." My brother took a step back and raised his hands as though in surrender, the teapot hanging from his thumb. He looked between Coop and me. "I'll be open-minded, but I'll be logical, too. When did this start? After Miles died? Are you suggesting he's haunting the place?" Coop took a deep breath and told Heath what he told me. "I asked my mother about it, and she said that over the years, some servants reported seeing things or feeling really cold. Those have happened more frequently in the last couple of years, but even then, not all that often. Not like now." "Like now? So it's only recently the sightings have been about more than weird feelings and spooky shadows?" When Coop nodded, Heath turned the teapot around in his hands, thoughtful. "Okay, let's say there is a ghost here, and it's not Miles." He gave us both a hard look. "Why now? And why would it be happening more often?" "We've had the same questions," I said. My brother paced in front of us. "I've researched the history of this place, and I admit there were ghost stories back when the castle was in Ireland. Nothing was reported after they reconstructed it here in the States well over 100 years ago." "True." Coop shoved his hands in his pockets, considering us. Finally, he said, "After your incident in the library, I've been thinking. From your description, the best candidate is Sir Hugh." "Who?" I asked. "That guy in the painting," he said. "What's this?" Heath took my arm and turned me to face him, his expression incredulous. "You're kidding me, right? You don't think you've actually seen a ghost?" It was a command. Twice, I exchanged glances with Coop. "Heath is right, though. There must be a reason. Wasn't that guy in the picture from Ireland?" "Yes. His grandson immigrated to America and made a fortune in the gold rush. He moved here and then decided to bring over the family castle. I do think Sir Hugh is the ghost. Since the incident with my father, I've been researching ghosts. Some have ties to a place, while others have links to things." "What, like the armor?" Heath asked dryly. Coop held out his hands. "Look, before you argue with me, here's my theory. I've given it a lot of thought. It took a long time to take the Citadel apart, ship it over here, and then put it back together again. So," Heath's flat tone meant we were losing him. "Are you saying this Sir Hugh got lost?" I asked, thinking back on what I'd seen in the library. "That's a good possibility," Coop said. "But my theory is that if he's tied to a place, well, they took this place apart. They must have shipped the Citadel in sections. But they all ended up here." Heath crossed his arms. "Right. It'd have taken years and maybe decades to rebuild this place. Maybe he had a hard time pulling himself together again. I don't know. The important thing is that a couple of years ago, he only manifested as cold spots or uneasy feelings, things easy to pass off as an overactive imagination. Heath tossed me the side eye. I wanted to smack him. Now, Coop said, pulling us back from our glare session, he's able to show himself and chuck part of a picture frame at my mother. And even bigger, he wrapped that rope around Pop's foot. Don't forget the teapot, I pointed to it. And the teapot. It looks like he's getting stronger. Coop ran agitated hands through his short hair. I'm not making this up, I swear. The Citadel is haunted. Sick! Eli and Joel shouted in unison. They ran to Coop, each grabbing one of his arms. A ghost? Really? Joel's broad grin dimpled the little scar by his mouth. He didn't wait for an answer, but spun to his twin. Ghostbusters! Eli cried, his face taking on its mischief-planning gleam. Yes! Joel let out a whoop and the two dashed away. Coop frowned at me in confusion. You know what this means, don't you? I asked Heath. Oh, yeah, my brother gave a soft groan. They're going to try and catch your ghost. Chapter 18. What was wrong with these dratted Americans? Could they not see these two young rascals could not have put the kettle on the armor? Hugh had expected the mother to discover it, as she was the one who most frequented the great hall. Instead, the eldest son must have found it, because he'd simply returned it to the kitchen without a word to the woman. She had hung it on a hook and given the little cads credit for Hugh's deed. He'd had enough. 'Twas time to convince the parents that ghosts were real. Hugh made the sad moan he had used to great effect in Ireland. Unfortunately, his hand lost its form and he had to pause. It should not be so difficult. He must concentrate to maintain it while making noise. Clenching his jaw, he tried again, his moan turning into a satisfying growl. Unfortunately, when he grasped the door's handle, the sound changed yet again. 'Twas nearly as difficult now to make himself heard as seen. Shaking his head, he worked to make the sound ominous. If he did not believe it, these upstarts would not. Frustration welled up inside him. His moan turned howlish. "Will you boys cut it out?" boomed the father's voice from his sleeping chamber next door. "You sound like someone's torturing a cat." Even as Hugh's hand lost its form, the door to the boys' chamber flew open. "Gotcha!" a youthful voice shouted, and something sailed through the opening. Hugh transformed into a misty ball of pale light and swirled from the open doorway. He stared at the white net, which lay on the ground near his feet. Had he not lost control and his substance with it, the thing would have trapped him. The indignity of it, even if for only a moment. "What's that blue light?" the same voice whispered. Fuming, Hugh retreated down the hallway. He had taken pride in haunting with the same blue field of his beloved Irish regimental colours. Those hellions and their dastardly traps. They'd nearly had him. Him. "We need another plan," the other lad said. "Yeah," his evil twin responded. "Joel, Eli." The father's door opened with such force
that it bounced off the wall. Bed. Now. The boys scurried back into their room. On second thought, Hugh decided he preferred another floor and beat the retreat.
Chapter 19. Glad the ruckus hadn't wakened Melly, I slipped down the hallway to the boys' room. I pressed my ear to the door and heard whispering. A soft tap might not be loud enough for them to hear, but I didn't want to make Dad any angrier. Their whispering stopped. I tapped again and opened the door a crack. "It's me, Lia," I whispered, not moving any further into the room, in case they took me for the ghost and threw something. "Come in," Eli hissed. Once inside, I shut the door behind me. The glow of their alarm clock provided the only light.
What?
Joel finally asked, lingering hurt still strong in his voice.
You going to yell at us too?
No, because I saw a hand turn your doorknob. I glanced between the still forms on the two beds. Just a hand. And the blue light.
You believe us?
Joel rose to his knees, making no effort to keep down his excitement. Shh! I pointed to the wall which separated their room from our parents'. That's stone, but the doors aren't. All right, Joel muttered. It glowed, Eli whispered. Yeah, it did, I said.
I don't get it,
Joel frowned. That light was bright, and it went right past Dad. Why didn't he see it?
Heath came out for a sec and walked right into it, Eli added. He didn't act like he saw it either.
I have no idea. I hadn't noticed Heath. What did it mean that neither he nor Dad had seen the ghost? The boys had shifted to quietly arguing about something. Since I'd only wanted to assure them that they hadn't been imagining things, I returned to my room. Melly stirred when I slipped into bed. Every night I read her a princess story in her own bed. Every night she ended up in mine. Had the ghost talk contributed to it? She saw him, even claimed she could talk to him. And her imaginary friend did too. It was a shame the latter compromised her credibility. Not that my parents would believe Melly had seen an actual ghost. But what about me? If I told them, I could imagine their looks of disbelief. It reminded me of the time when I'd been in middle school, and I'd freaked out over a stupid, scary movie. It'd only happened once, but no one in the family had let me live it down. Add to that how upset Mom had gotten when Coop's mother had warned her of the ghost. And I knew I couldn't tell my parents. They were bound to think I wasn't responsible enough to do the tea. I sighed. To be honest with myself, if I hadn't seen this Sir Hugh, I'd probably be as suspicious as my parents and Heath. Still, I had seen the ghost, and so had Mrs. Montgomery and Dee Dee. My thoughts stopped short. Could that explain it? Believing was seeing? There had to be a way to convince the family cynics, but how to get them to believe in ghosts enough to see our ghost? The contradiction made my head hurt. And what difference would it make if they did? Did they know how to get rid of a ghost? I needed to talk to Coop about it. Maybe he'd have some ideas. Later, I barely dozed off when the ping of a text message brought me wide awake. I shot out of the bed and froze in place, listening. When Melly didn't stir, I picked up my phone. Meet me by the Heart in 10. Dress warm, wear boots, bring a blanket. Swallowing a squee, I did a quiet dance on my tiptoes. Finally, the storm Coop had hoped might miss us hadn't, and had sat over our area for 3 days of rain. I'd almost given up on the picnic. I texted him back.
On my way. With trembling hands, I fumbled my way into my clothes while trying not to wake Melly. I gathered up the old wool blanket I'd pulled out days ago just for this. The dark sky and the breeze rustling through the trees made the usually cheery flower beds a little eerie. The familiar glow from Coop's solar-powered path of lights led me to him. He stood by the heart garden, a tarp under an arm, one hand holding a small flashlight and a flat box in the other. I'd waited to be alone with him for 3 miserable, rainy days. 3 days of not working and talking with him in the garden. 3 days to wonder what he'd meant by that if. 3 days to build it up in my mind and then worry that I was making it into more than it really was. I took a deep breath. Hi.
Hey.
The heavenly smell of baked bread coming from the box made my stomach growl. Maybe my grandmother's little adage about food being the way to a man's stomach didn't stop with guys. I glanced up.
I'm counting on the clouds clearing.
Coop held out his elbow for me to take.
This way, m'lady.
Surprised at his courtly manner, I slid my arm through his. It sent my senses into overdrive. In Sacramento, we'd spent a lot of time outdoors, in the sun and water. For the last year, my memories of Coop had included the smell of sunscreen. Not so since moving to Washington. Tonight, he smelled like he'd prepared to take me out on the town. I wished he'd given me more advance notice so I could have done more than comb my messy hair and brush my teeth. Self-conscious, I reached for anything to talk about. You won't believe what happened earlier.
What?
As he took us beyond the open part of the castle's yew, I explained about the noises which had awakened me, and the boys' subsequent attempt to capture the ghost.
Man, I wished I'd seen it. Careful there.
Coop guided me away from an uneven section of ground. What does it mean that I saw only his hand, but none of the rest of him? Was it a ploy to freak us out more? Because it was creepy. If I follow your idea, is he not strong enough to show all of himself?
Or he only wanted you to see his hand. He showed his whole body to my mother.
Right. I thought back to that day in the library. The flash I had of him was full body too, and I'm sure I saw him on the tower with Melly that first day.
I didn't see him. He must have been gone by the time I got there.
It's so weird that neither Heath nor my dad saw anything. I mean, it was as clear as day to me. Well, in a ghostly see-through kind of way. Coop came to a stop.
Here's a good spot.
He pointed to a slight rise in the middle of a section of ground my parents had talked about developing into an extension of the garden, with a pavilion and water features for receptions. What do we do first?
The tarp, and then your blanket.
I released his arm, and he handed me the still warm box. Inhaling the yummy smell, I sighed.
Wait until you taste it.
The hint of a smile touched his lips as he spread the tarp over the ground. Coop laid the blanket I'd brought over the tarp, saying,
It's not likely your father would help search for the ghost, but there must be a way you can get rid of him.
I've been thinking of what he said about stories of haunting in Ireland. If he followed the citadel to America, there must be something binding him here.
That makes sense.
He indicated we should sit. I settled on the blanket. Tell me about this pizza.
It's my variation on one we had once in Portland. 4 kinds of cheese.
He handed me a paper plate and opened the box's lid.
Notice the crust is both thin and thick.
I bit into it and took my time to savor the interesting combination of flavors and textures.
It's so good, I said, my mouth around the pizza.
We worked our way through the food. The meal only needed a little something sweet to make it perfect. Maybe if we had a next time, I could bring a dessert.
Oh, good. The clouds are finally breaking.
Coop pointed to a glow above the forest. It expanded and turned into a transparent but shifting curtain of variegated green, the color changing and moving, sometimes white and other times blue. The lingering clouds caught the glow, adding to the effect. We watched for a minute before he lay back, using his backpack as a pillow.
We can share. I don't mind.
He scooted his head so mine would fit, too. As soon as I lay beside him and settled my position, he laced his fingers with mine and started explaining the aurora borealis phenomenon. I caught little of what he said, mesmerized by the colors in the sky and the feel of my hand in his. Then the clouds regrouped again and the light show ended. Lulled, I said nothing but daydreamed that he'd taken a job in Sacramento. We could enjoy the fun activities we'd taken part in last summer and investigate new ones. He could visit mine and Taylor's dessert cafe, and I could check out whatever project he was overseeing.
Like I mentioned the other day,
Coop finally said, pulling me from my thoughts.
About last summer. I'd have loved to ask you out because I thought there could be more between us than friendship.
Why didn't you?
Because you had plans to start a business there, he said simply, and I couldn't stay. Besides, I have a couple of friends who've tried the long-distance thing. They both went through a lot of hardship, and neither relationship worked anyway. I didn't want to set myself up for that.
His words thrilled and thrashed my heart at the same time. He'd wanted to date me, but his tone as he'd spoken had sounded so final. I could almost feel my dream shriveling. Unless I could convince him to move to Sacramento, this thing between us wouldn't have a chance.
Then you and your family arrived.
Coop sat up and pulled me to a sitting position, too, facing me, our knees touching.
Being with you again makes me wish I'd said something last August.
I had a crush on you all last summer,
I forced myself to admit.
The ghost of a smile teased at the corner of his mouth, pulling my attention to it. Once again, I wondered what it'd be like to kiss him. I said, "Finding you again
isn't enough,"
he interrupted. What?
Heath told me you're going back to Sacramento at the end of the summer.
Coop's words didn't quite accuse me. I sucked in my breath, feeling again like that stupid rope in a tug-of-war. It took a second for me to calm down. I hadn't told him about my intention to go back home in August, so he had a right to blame me for not having been up front with him. I have a life there, you know. I'm working for my dad while Taylor looks for a location for our cafe. Coop let go of my hands and leaned back. He watched the sky, seeming to meditate. Have you ever thought about getting a job in Sacramento? I asked, frustrated. Why was I the one who had to move?
I did last summer.
He met my gaze.
When I finished that internship, my supervisor said I had a job there any time I wanted.
But that's perfect. I sat straighter, unable to keep down my excitement. You could move there.
Lia, this is my future.
He pointed to the castle, keeping his words soft but firm.
Miles paid for my entire education and that internship, so I'd bring back those skills and use them here.
But Miles isn't here to disappoint, I insisted.
It's kind of funny, but I used to think no one could be as crazy about this place as he was. Until I met your father, Lia. I'd be a fool to turn down his offer.
For the first time, Coop sounded a little frustrated too, though his expression didn't change. He's already offered you the job? I'd heard bits and pieces here and there about my parents wanting to choose a head gardener.
Yes, and I accepted. It's everything I've ever dreamed of, Coop said simply.
Why does this place have to be everyone's dream fulfillment but mine? Unable to sit still any longer, I scrambled to my feet. I can't open a dessert boutique in Wildstone.
Why not?
Coop rose, took my hand, and pulled me closer.
Better yet, why not open one here at the Citadel? It's only 3 days since your parents denounced the tea, and it's already sold out. Your mother's always talking about how much she needs you here.
Don't you guilt me, too. This inheritance might be a dream come true for my parents, but it's not my dream. My future is in Sacramento, I said, my jaw muscles tight.
I'm not trying to guilt you, only get you to consider other options.
He put a hand to my cheek, his palm cooling the flesh in my skin.
I don't think I'm imagining that something special's happening between us.
Neither did I, but I couldn't shake the need to fight for my dream. Coop, I began, the back of my eyes burning.
I'm not asking you to decide now. It's early yet. Please just give us time to find out.
He leaned forward and kissed my forehead before turning to pick up the dinner mess. Chapter 20. After a restless night, I was dragging while I got ready for the day, unable to shake off my depressing thoughts. As I'd tossed and turned, I'd wrestled between staying and leaving. Both choices left me with a terrible sense of loss. Remaining at the Citadel didn't just impact me. Taylor's dream and mine were tied together. Running the cafe by herself would be too much. And what if I stayed here and my attempt at a dessert cafe failed? I made a face at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. It'd take a lot of camouflage to get rid of the dark circles under my eyes. Would Coop notice? An image of his expression last night as he'd asked me to give us a chance flashed through my mind. Was he as unsettled about this whole thing as I was? With a groan, I ran my brush through my hair. Melly came skipping into the bathroom, carrying a box with a bow on it. She stopped in front of me wearing a huge grin and held it out to me. "What's this?" I set down my brush and accepted the box. "It's from Coop." With that, Melly skipped away. I pulled off the small card and opened it. "Lia, every artist needs proper tools. You could call your cafe Tart Reform." With a smiley face. Coop. The play on words made me smile, and I opened the box. A palette knife rested on white tissue. I remembered the questions he'd asked me about pastry tools when we'd gone to the grocery store. It hadn't carried this one. He must have done research and ordered it online. Over the next few days, first thing in the morning, Melly would bring me a box. Each one contained a different pastry tool and a little slip of paper with a name suggestion. Things like, "What's the batter?" "Highly confectious." "Let them eat cake," or "pudding on the Ritz." When I opened a box with piping tips and read the name, Pyromaniacs, I burst out laughing. Over the last few days, he'd chipped away at the resentment I'd been fighting since the picnic. I'd especially resented the awkwardness which had grown between us. Approaching Coop one morning for my hourly workout in the garden, I couldn't help but grin. "Hang on," he said when I reached for a shovel. Coop bent over and picked up a pretty bloom of vibrant pink and burgundy. He brushed back my hair and slid the flower over my left ear. The tenderness of the gesture brought a bittersweet ache to my chest. Last summer, while Coop hadn't made any overt signs that he was into me, he'd always been thoughtful, Not just to me either, but to everyone in our group of friends. He paid attention. More importantly, he remembered things. When Taylor had gotten her hair cut in a new style, none of the other guys had noticed. But Coop had. He'd always watched out for us all. Whenever he'd take his trash to the bin, he'd gather someone else's too. Now he was using that ability to soften my heart. And it was working. "It's pretty," I said, wishing I'd gotten a better look at the flower. "What kind is it?"
It's a pelargonium. They originated in South Africa.
Then he put me to work. The next morning, he gave me a single long-stemmed yellow rose with red tips. When I asked him what it meant, he only smiled and told me what we'd be working on. Since I'd never received one with two colors before, I checked online for the meaning of rose colors. Yellow with red tips meant falling in love. Was that what we were doing? Falling in love? The imaginary rope connecting me to two different places went tauter. I thought about his behavior since the almost kiss. A part of me was still miffed about having missed out on that. Another part was glad he hadn't, because I had a feeling it might shake my world. First that, and then the gifts and flowers. And earlier, the "my lady" comment. It was like I'd been looking through binoculars and brought them into focus. With the little gifts and flowers, Coop was courting me. How adorable was that? Chapter 21. Thanks for coming with me, Mom. It's not that I don't think I could do it alone, but I'd like to know what you have in mind for this, Lia said as she and her mother walked to the village. I have every confidence you'll stage a beautiful tea. My mother gave me a quick side hug, making us stumble. We both laughed. I appreciate your confidence. It means a lot to me. And that makes me feel even worse because it's proof of how badly we approached it with you. I'm sorry. My mother shook her head, looking disgusted with herself. I'm really excited about it. It's too bad Taylor can't get away to help. It'd have been fun to do this with her. She's so creative. So are you, sweetheart. Watching ahead, Mom gave a low growl. There's that woman again. I looked up and saw Dee Dee talking with three unfamiliar adults near the partly constructed bed and breakfast, which now had a roof on it and a wide porch encircling the building. Why don't you like her? I asked. I think she's charming. It's what she said about my back pain. I hate it when people try to drum up business when they first meet you. It's like when someone invites you to be their friend on social media, and as soon as you accept, they try to sell you something. Trace says she's the only one who's helped with his headaches, and she offered to give you a free massage. I shrugged. You'll be working with her, so I think you should take her up on the offer. It won't cost you anything but a little time. My mother stopped, her gaze going between me and Dee Dee, who had noticed us. She wore another colorful shawl and those fun boots, but I didn't miss the uncertainty in her expression. Come on, Mom. Everyone who lives in the village has a vested interest in making what we do here a success. Why do you keep viewing these people like they want us to fail? My mother paused, her eyes looking unfocused, like it did sometimes when she was thinking. I mentally crossed my fingers. Having the ghost show up as we arrived had put her on the defensive. Finally, she let out a long sigh and rubbed her temples. You're right. Mom glanced at me. I've been unfair. I can't blame our tenants because of that prank and the twins' nonsense. All the more reason to give Dee Dee a chance. If Trace is right, she could make a difference in your stress levels. Dee Dee approached us tentatively, watching my mother with concern. Are you sure you won't take me up on my offer? You really look like you need a massage." I could almost see the hair stand on my mother's neck, but she forced a smile. "I'm curious how you'd know that." "Well, you have dark circles under your eyes," Dee Dee said, tilting her head and studying my mother. "I'm guessing you're having trouble sleeping, which would make sense because of the size of the project you've taken on. But I think some of it comes because your muscles are so tense you can't relax enough to sleep. Even when you can quiet your mind, you were rubbing your temples, which means you're probably fighting a headache. A muscle tension headache is the likely culprit." The people Dee Dee had been talking to had gathered around us, which brought other villagers, including Trace. As she'd made her list, he nodded with each new item. "You keep touching your stomach. Is it the beginning of an ulcer or muscle tension? And the curve of your lower back means your psoas is probably tight." I didn't know what a psoas was, and my mother scowled at the word. But when Dee Dee had mentioned each of the items, I could see them too, and I felt bad for not having noticed them before. The woman shrugged. "If you'll trust me with one visit, I believe I can help you." "Do it, Mom." I tried not to look at the growing crowd, but she did. "How long does it take?" my mother asked Dee Dee. "Normally an hour. Trace is my next client, but I'm sure he can wait." She shot him an amused smile. "Mrs. Savage, I came to work an hour early to make up for my appointment," he said, holding up his hands defensively. "I live in pain, and I lose an hour if I have to drive back and forth after I've already done it once in a day." "Don't worry, I trust you." My mother waved dismissively and met Dee Dee's gaze. "Let's do it." Mom strode toward the mystic crystal while straightening her back like it didn't hurt. When she winced, I had to cover my smile. "This will be a game changer," Trace said. "I guarantee it." "I hope you're right." "Wow, Coop's got perfect timing." Trace pointed in the small hardware store's direction. "I'll get back to work for an hour. See ya." With that, he jogged away. Coop slowly approached Lia, wondering why Trace was heading away from the mystic crystal. "Hey, Coop." "What brings you to the village?" he asked, coming to stand near her. "Well, my mother and I were going to check out the local stores to see if there's anything I'd like to use for my tea. But then Dee Dee, and Trace if I'm giving credit, convinced my mom to get a massage. So I either shop solo or head back to the Citadel." "I'm on a break. Would you like some company?" Lia's cheeks pinked. "I'd love it." Coop wanted to kiss her so badly then, but didn't need an audience when he finally did it. He wasn't even sure why he still hadn't. At first, it'd been a defensive move, knowing Lia's intent to return to Sacramento. As he'd watched her, though, he'd noticed that not kissing her was bugging her and building the romantic tension between them. So he extended his elbow to her, and she slid her small fingers around his bicep. A zap of attraction ran up Coop's arm, and his chest seemed to puff. Having her on his arm in front of everyone in the village felt like he was making a statement. He hoped it was one he could convince her to agree with. "Where to first?" he asked. "I need decorative things to use for the table settings." "We have a couple of gift shops, and you'll want to check out Dee Dee's. The Mystic Crystal carries a pretty eclectic selection." "Like the painted boots?" Lia asked with a soft smile. "Exactly. If you end there, your mom should be done with her massage." Like when they'd shopped for baking utensils in pain. Coop had no idea what she was looking for, but he enjoyed introducing her to the shop owners and simply being with her. He could tell how her friendliness endeared her to the villagers and gave them hope things would work out. If anyone could take the edge off Gabby's suspicious nature, it was Lia. By the time they entered the Mystic Crystal, Coop carried several bags for Lia, one holding 5 delicate teacups and saucers. "Oh, your timing is perfect," Dee Dee said, stepping through a door in the back of the shop. "Lia, would you mind flipping my sign to show I'm open?"
"Where's that assistant of yours?"
Coop put the bags on the counter. "She had a doctor's appointment." Dee Dee shook her head. "She only works a couple of days a week and had to schedule it on one of them. But anyway, it looks like you found some things you liked. Your mother said these are for the tea?" "Yes, they are." Lia started pulling items from one bag.
"How did the massage go?"
Coop asked. Mrs. Savage fell asleep on the table. Lia looked up in surprise. "Is that normal?" "It is when they relax enough and are as tired as she is." Dee Dee tilted her head, listening, and then nodded. "I think she's getting dressed now. But I wanted to ask about your Irish guest. Trace told me your little brothers are trying to catch him." Lia glanced at Coop and nodded. "I'm afraid to ask them what they think they could do with him if they succeeded. They're driving my parents nuts, though. Do you have any suggestions?" "I'm hardly an authority on ghosts. I just sense energy sometimes. Deb told me that day in the library that she thought he was searching for something. That's the feeling I received as well."
"But what if it's a person?"
Coop asked.
"Someone who's already passed over?"
"Contrary to my shop's name, I'm not a mystic, but your ghost has been on my mind a lot." Dee Dee rubbed at her chest like her heart hurt. "He's been trapped for so long. I hope you two can send him home." "Me too, and only partly for his own sake," Lia said. The door at the back of the shop burst open and Gabby rushed out. "I'm so sorry I fell asleep. How embarrassing." "Don't worry, Mom," Lia assured her. "Dee Dee says it's not uncommon." Trace stepped through the shop's entrance.
"Wow, Mrs. S., you look better already, refreshed and ready to take on the world."
Gabby gave a sheepish grin and glanced at Dee Dee. "You've convinced me. I'd like to schedule a weekly appointment." "I'm glad. Let's check my schedule for next week." "That's an enormous concession," Lia said softly. "Even if I hadn't found these items for the tea, I'm glad we came today."
"Me too."
Coop pulled out his phone to check the time.
"I've got to get back to work. It was great seeing you again today."
He brushed aside a strand of her hair, which had come loose from her ponytail.
"I'll see you tomorrow."
"Bye." Something had flashed across her face, but he couldn't tell what it meant. He hoped it was disappointment that she wouldn't see him again before then. She said nothing, but went to work putting the purchases back in her bags. As Coop turned to the door, he exchanged glances with Trace, who wore a grin. On the day the Savages had arrived, he'd recognized Lia from the photos Coop had taken last year. Trace had been watching to see how things developed, but was decent enough not to make a big deal of it. "Have a good massage." Coop exited the shop and headed back toward the Citadel. Dee Dee's comments stayed on his mind as he walked. If the ghost was searching for something, what was it? Chapter 22. Hugh slid through the door of the twin boys' sleeping chamber before solidifying his form again. Their mother and older sister had both chastised the lads about maintaining cleanliness, and the soiled clothing in and around a large basket showed a half-hearted effort at compliance. 'Twould solve the problem by hiring a maid, or perhaps a tutor. Memories of Sean's nursery antics brought a smile. Pausing, Hugh frowned. It had been a very long time since he had thought of his son. The ever-present grief of Hugh's failures once again threatened to overtake him. He must not allow it to distract him yet again. Stiffening his back, he scanned the chamber. It had a sense of controlled mayhem about it. Unwillingly interested, Hugh glided to what appeared to be a work table. A partially constructed miniature castle made up of tiny red, blue, and yellow blocks sat at one end. It must be the citadel. It was quite well done, and a flush of pleasure washed through him at the ingenuity of these distant relations of his, which was unacceptable. They must leave. Their parents were so blind to what was happening around them that they continued to attribute ghostly haunting to childish pranks. True, it would be easier to convince them when more of Hugh's strength returned. He had to credit the two rapscallions for their cleverness and hoped to find something amongst their belongings to inspire his own weakened attempts. On the other side of the work table, Hugh found a finely meshed net. Was it the same one they had nearly succeeded in trapping him with? Beside it was a white container of something called baby powder. A nearby piece of paper had a barely legible note. Add chunks to the powder. What did those scamps mean by chunks? And chunks of what? Hugh growled and waved his hand, sending a gust of air powerful enough. It blew the note and netting from the work table. As it fell, the white mesh dragged something with it. Small, dark objects flowed from a bag toward him. Cockroaches! With a gasp of disgust, Hugh leapt back, turning translucent. Only one or two of the vile bugs fell to the floor. All of them came to a stop, however, and moved no further. What was this? Hugh gave himself substance and slowly approached the work table again. Bending, he peered more closely at the loathsome creatures. None moved. Could they all be dead? He considered blowing at them, but had no desire to open his mouth near them. Fighting back a shudder, Hugh nudged one with his finger. It moved across the tabletop, but did nothing else. He did the same to another. Still no sign of life. More curious than repulsed now, he put his boot over one on the floor and pressed down. It made an odd sound, but not one he associated with squishing a bug. Hugh squatted down to examine it. One leg had broken off, but the body remained intact. Tentatively, he picked up the creature and held it to the light. Up close, there was something not quite right about its appearance. It also carried an unpleasant odor, unlike anything he'd smelled before. Hugh flicked a leg, and it made an unnatural movement, bending in places it should not. Could it possibly be a toy? From the hallway came the sound of the mother's voice giving instructions for the day's work. A use for the toy came to mind, and the corner of Hugh's mouth curved up. Chapter 23. Seriously, we have to figure out how to free Sir Hugh, I said, storming into the library. Coop signaled that I should join him at the table, where he'd already begun our daily lunchtime research on the castle and its resident ghost. Uh-oh, what happened now? I collapsed into the chair. Mom and Dad found a bunch of toy cockroaches in their bed last night. Coop winced. Where would Hugh get something like that except from Joel and Eli? Exactly. So my parents are furious with the boys, and they keep insisting they didn't do it. I rubbed my temples. My parents are already stressed about the big 4th of July party without adding this to it. It's a little twisted that this old ghost must resort to contemporary joke supplies. Right? The twins think he's targeted them. So now they're even more determined to capture him. We really don't need this now. I sat in the library across the table from Coop, who held what looked like a photocopy of an original Irish deed. I pointed to the English words penciled in next to the ones in Gaelic. The Irish language. Who wrote those notes?
Miles did.
Coop shifted the order of the folders in front of him.
His grandfather was never much into his ancestry. The old man was the first American born in his line and wanted nothing to do with the old country.
I'm kind of jealous of you. Even I heard the sadness in my voice.
Why?
Coop glanced at me, one brow raised. Because you knew Miles, and we didn't. He sounds like a pretty cool guy.
He was. We all considered him our friend as well as our employer, and he looked out for us.
Coop glanced up at the portrait of Miles in his full dress uniform. It was nice of him to pay for your tuition and your other college expenses. I knew my parents at one point had wondered about expectations. With Miles's childless situation and having no close relatives, Coop might have thought to inherit the Citadel himself. Did Miles treat you like a son? I asked.
No. He was more a mentor, a tough but fair taskmaster. He made sure I had opportunities, but he worried about all the kids in the village. We're isolated out here. It's a long bus ride into Payne for school.
Coop pulled a face.
That's why my mother decided to homeschool me until I could drive.
You talk about growing up here and how nice Miles was, and it seems so normal. Until it's not.
And the not, I rolled my eyes, is really not. It was normal, he said, defensive at first. Then he shrugged. Well, as normal as it can be to grow up in a castle.
You know, I've wondered about that.
About what?
How come you didn't mention last summer that you grew up in this amazing place? I leaned forward and rested my elbows on the table.
When I told my hosts, they kind of wigged out a little. Coop grimaced. It's not like I owned the castle or worked for royalty or anything. Folks in this area are used to the Citadel and don't get weird about it. I can't say that about people in other areas.
Still, I remember how self-conscious he'd been at the beginning of the summer. If I'd grown up in a castle, I think I'd have been telling anyone who would listen. And a haunted castle, too.
I promise. We didn't know it was haunted when I was growing up. The stuff we couldn't brush off as overactive imaginings only started a couple of years ago.
Coop looked down at his hands.
I'm not really proud of this, but when it first started happening, I got worried. Mom's kind of a neat freak about where she puts things, and it's not like there were a lot of us living here to make messes. When she kept misplacing things, I thought she might have Alzheimer's or something.
He ran a hand through his hair.
I stayed up all night for 2 nights. Got nothing to show for it except lost sleep. Then my missing keys showed up in a random place. So I went into town and got a silent alarm system. You've probably noticed my parents aren't particularly tech-savvy. It wasn't hard for me to set it up without them knowing about it. When they went to bed, I turned it on. It'd wake me if one of them got up. I slept through the night.
I stood and went to the fireplace. Was this before you moved to the gatehouse?
Yeah.
He came to stand beside me. Coop had surprised me with his hesitancy about touching too much. When I'd asked him about it, he'd mumbled something about not wanting to get caught in an awkward moment by one of our family members. I think he meant my dad, but my brothers might make life miserable if they caught us together.
Don't misunderstand, he said. Stuff going missing or showing up in random places didn't happen very often, just enough to make me wonder if something was going on.
Frustrated at our ineffectiveness, I glared at the picture of Sir Hugh as though it would tell me the secret. I blinked. Had something moved? My throat went dry, and I squinted at it. I saw nothing out of the ordinary. It must have just been the lighting. I'm getting sick of this. I tossed up my hands. My dad is going to kill Eli and Joel soon, what with all the weird traps they keep setting and all the minor items that keep going missing. We've got to find something, anything, about Hugh. Could we look up information to help us figure it out, like ghost lore?
What are you thinking?
Well, in all the movies I've seen, the ghost needs to go into the light. But is that what a genuine ghost does? I started to pace. I wonder if we've been taking the wrong approach. Because of what your mom and Dee Dee said, I've been assuming the ghost was searching for something. What if they're wrong?
Why else would a ghost haunt a place?
I stopped in front of Coop. Did someone put a curse on him? Was he murdered and won't be at peace until we identify the killer? Or is it some other unfinished business?
I'm not sure how we can know any of that. The records say he died of a wasting sickness caused by the death of his daughter.
I reminded Coop of what Eli, Joel, and I had seen the night before. I pointed to the man in the painting. If the ghost is Sir Hugh, it sure seems like he's trying to scare us away. Think about it. It worked with your parents. He threw a fit in the library and you guys moved out of the castle.
Well, that wasn't the only reason we moved. But why would he work so hard at it?
Coop scowled.
Does he need to have us gone to do something? Like that search? I wonder what could tie him so strongly to the Citadel that he'd follow it all the way from Ireland.
Right. Why not stay there? I stared at the painting. Wasn't land a big deal back then? Like their power and social standing were all about how much land they owned and what it was worth?
So why would the ghost of Sir Hugh not stay with his land?
Coop asked. Then we need to understand Sir Hugh. Let's assume the ghost lore is true. If something is binding him to the castle, and we can find what it is,
we can send him to the light.
Coop maintained a straight face, but his eyes twinkled. Exactly. Or whatever the equivalent is. I went to the window and looked out over the grounds. The truck my parents had taken into town to get groceries approached the castle. The small market in the village didn't carry a large enough selection yet, and my parents were talking about expanding it into a full-sized grocery store. We've only been here 5 weeks, and Wildstone's changed so much already.
He's something else, your dad. I think Miles would have liked him.
Coop came to stand behind me. Close enough his chest warmed my back and sent a shiver down my spine. He smelled like the outdoors, and I loved how it combined with his aftershave. It's exciting to be a part of it, I said a little breathlessly. When I leaned back my head against his shoulder, he brought his arms around my waist. The blood pulsing in my ears nearly deafened me. Would he finally kiss me? Footsteps rang up the spiral staircase, and we turned toward it, breaking apart. Joel burst into the room. Dad said to quit lollygagging and come help put away the groceries. My little brother glanced between us and grinned before darting back out the door. We really needed to install an intercom. Chapter 24. Hugh focused the tiniest bit more energy into his form to hold it firm. At last, he was making progress. He must succeed. But how? The skeptical parents and eldest son, and then the others, he knew not if they believed too much or 'twas their craftiness. Regardless, none of them feared him enough to depart. Not since he had lost his little Warda. had he been around so many people, and helpless besides. He would be stronger if not for the distractions. 'Twas these blasted Americans. At night he had to watch for traps set by the twins, while during the day 'twas like attending the theatre. They were too entertaining to watch. Hours could pass with him accomplishing nothing. As with the couple in the library, young women of this time were brazenly forward. Her overtures to the big man had been obvious to Hugh. Had he been the receiver of them, he would have thought it akin to being knocked in the head with a cudgel. In his time, no daughter of good family would have consorted with the servants. Yet the young man was more than the gardener. He had been to university, and these Americans accepted no titles. In Hugh's time, courtship had been much simpler. All the wives of his friends had been chosen by their parents, but he had loved Alana from the first day he had set eyes on her. His Alana. She had traded her health to give Wara life. He would never forget kneeling by his beloved's bed, holding their young daughter so Alana could touch her one last time. Even now, the memory made his chest constrict, as though he still had a heart. Alana's dying words had evoked his promise. He would keep Moira safe, guide and protect her, see that she lived a long, full life. Hugh had given his promise, and he had failed them both.
Chapter 25. I directed the guy with a stack of plastic chairs over to the canopy, where my mom reigned with her notepad. News about the 4th of July party had spread, and people from as far away as Bellingham had signed up in droves. Wildstone Village had been busy all day, so the residents must be thrilled, and visitors had been stopping by for days beforehand. Mom and Dad said the event's novelty drew the crowds, but Heath and I agreed people's curiosity to see the Citadel drove the success. Only those who'd signed up for the tea, however, would get inside the castle this time. Either way, with hopes of making it an annual event, my parents wanted our guests to have an enjoyable experience for next year. Next year. Taylor had texted last night that her father might have a lead on a good shop location coming open. Her dad had promised to help us set it up. Hearing my name, I turned. In the distance, Coop strode toward me, making his way through the obstacle course of chairs, tables, canopies, and people. "Lia," he said, a little breathless when he reached me. He gave me a chaste kiss on the forehead and slid a flower picked from his garden into the bun on top of my head. "I'd have texted you last night," he said, "but it was pretty late, and I knew you'd be up early. I found a folder with a bunch of records Miles's grandfather had filed away. Sir Hugh was his father. Anyway, as I read through the papers last night, I had an idea. I'd like to show you something in the library." Right now? My head swirled with everything on my to-do list. I'd have loved to toss it all aside and go with him. In the distance, my mother called directions to some workers. Besides that, I still had to assemble my cucumber sandwiches and stage the library. "Later, when you get a break. But I think it should be today, before the boys set off another big trap." Coop ran a hand through his hair in his now familiar and endearingly agitated manner. "I know they're planning something big." "Is it bad?" My dad had threatened them about the pranks, but had been juggling too much to come down hard on them. I'm impressed with how sneaky they're getting. They're more discreet. Unable to help myself, I grinned. I honestly think their traps have been holding back the ghost. What if they finally make him mad enough to do something big? Coop took hold of my hands. What if he decides to get even with them by ruining this party? My breath caught.
An image of all my delicate pastries being tossed around a crowd of screaming guests flashed through my mind, and I had to fight a wave of nausea. The boys had told me they were sure they could catch Hugh when he wasn't see-through. I think they'd come close a few times based on the racket. We had to figure this out soon.
I promise I'll make it quick.
Coop pulled me from my unhappy musings by lifting one of my hands to his lips. Our eyes met for a second, and the warmth there made my knees go a little shaky. "Okay," I breathed. Behind us, Mom called something out to the workers again, and I pulled myself together. "I'm meeting my mother now to set up for the tea. Is it okay to slip away while she's there?" Coop's gaze darted toward where my mother directed the workers, but he didn't turn his head.
Best not.
He pressed my palm against his lips again. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Then it came in with a gasp. "If you don't stop, I'm going to pounce on you," I hissed, right there in front of her and everyone. The twinkle in his eyes turned sly for a second, but he let go of my hand and stepped back.
"When can we meet?"
"She's only helping me for an hour." I rubbed my still tingling palm. "Can you come to the library when she's gone?"
"I'll be overseeing the crew finishing up in the garden, but text me when she leaves."
Coop leaned forward. I thought he was going to kiss my cheek again, but he whispered,
"There's supposed to be a full moon and a clear sky tomorrow night. Maybe another late-night picnic?"
He turned and jogged away. With a sigh, I watched him until he disappeared around the north end of the castle. I scanned the grounds, taking in all the workers, bringing Mom's layout to life, Dad directing the boys as they carried pots of plants full of red, white, and blue flowers, which Coop had arranged, his parents assembling the giant chess set while trying to keep Millie from climbing on the pieces, and the anticipation of another midnight picnic with Coop. Contentment filled me. Standing in the middle of a group of bustling people, I smiled like an idiot and realized I'd never been happier in my life. Mom called my name. Girding up my metaphorical loins, I hurried over to join her. "You look like the cat that caught the canary," she said, glancing the way Coop had gone. "I'm just really happy, Mom." I hugged her. Her brows rose and a tentative smile tugged at her mouth, but then she hugged me back. When I started to pull away, she held me a little tighter before letting me go. "I'm glad, baby." Her eyes glistened and she glanced at the flower in my hair, but didn't mention it. "Are you nervous about your tea?" "A little, but mostly I'm excited." I tried not to think about a possible ghostly assault and pulled the phone from my pocket to access the checklist she'd emailed me. "I already have the cart loaded and waiting for us." "Let's get to work then." Mom sent her helpers to bring in the carts. While she and I dressed the tables, we brainstormed future events. Even if I wouldn't be here to do them, she could still use the ideas. Finally, she glanced at her watch, clapped her hands, and told her workers to head outside again. She paused for a second, taking in the room. "Just imagine what we can do at the ballroom for the holidays." "A Yule ball?" I breathed out the words as plans flooded my mind. "Yes, with a formal dinner. I like it. You know, events held here will be good for the village economy. Think of getting your hair done there, or picking up your gown or tux in one of the shops." She checked her watch again. "Don't forget to take pictures when you're done." Mom followed her crew, leaving me to put the finishing touches on the tables. Once I'd finished, I texted Coop and then surveyed the room. It'd been a pain to move out the furniture and set up the tables, and cleanup would be just as bad. But I loved the intimacy of the library. I'd checked, and fortunately, none of the guests had accessibility issues. Otherwise, I'd have had to use the too large ballroom.
"Hey," Coop said from the doorway, where he leaned against the jamb, his arms folded across his chest. How long had he been there watching me? "What do you think?" I clutched my hands. Another time it'd be fun to give each table a literary theme. You know, like an Alice in Wonderland table, or one for Anne of Green Gables. Maybe a princess table. Melly would love sitting at that one. He straightened. "I like that you're thinking of a future here." But was I? The longer I worked with my family to make their dream a reality, the harder it would be when I left. But I couldn't let Taylor down. Coop, with one corner of his mouth curved up, examined the table settings. I'd worked hard to make each one unique, an eclectic blending of old-fashioned and modern. All of them included flowers cut from his gardens. "Classy. If the food is half as good as the ambiance, you'll have a hit." He checked his phone. "We need to hurry. Your dad asked for my help." He led me to the portrait of Sir Hugh and his children. "I think it's her." He pointed to the little girl in the picture. "But I saw a man." "That's not what I mean. I think whatever's keeping Sir Hugh here relates to his daughter. She died when she was 7.
Mellie's age.
I scrutinized the picture more closely. Yep, she was a lot younger than her older brother. The record I found says Hugh was devoted to her. She was feisty but sickly. He shot me a knowing sidelong glance. Again, like Mellie. I rubbed my arms against a sudden chill. She's never acted like she's afraid of him. Could he be staying because of her? If he hadn't already shown himself to us before your family came, that might be a plausible theory. Coop continued to study the painting, contemplative. True. Same goes with Miles being the ghost. I gave a soft laugh. Imagine if he had come back as one. Would it have ticked off Sir Hugh to share his castle with another spook? I'm glad Miles died peacefully after a long, full life, Coop said. The record said the death of Hugh's daughter devastated him. He'd wandered the house searching for her and would go ballistic if anyone reminded him she died. I understood that anger and pain and the horrible sense of helplessness. Our family had never been the same after Phoebe's death. Could never be the same. We might have gotten used to her absence, but the ache of not seeing her never left us. Sliding my fingers through Coop's, I leaned my head against his arm, my eyes burning. On that first day in the library, I was sure I'd gotten a glimpse of Hugh's pain. What an awful existence for someone forced to endure that for centuries. We have to help, I sniffed. How do we free him? Coop patted my hand. Well, the records I found last night indicate that before he died, he'd wandered the castle searching for some gift he'd purchased for her. The housekeeper said he went crazy, convinced he could save his daughter by finding it. After he died, his ghost continued the search. He'd only haunted in Ireland for a couple of decades before his heir moved to the castle. It looks like Dee Dee and your mother were right. I straightened and squinted at the picture. And it looks like we need to find a gift for a little girl. The child's beautifully made dress had lots of lace, and she wore a necklace. Her styled hair held a few jeweled clips, and a bracelet hung from her wrist, while her hands, dressed in delicate white lace gloves, rested on her lap. The very picture of maidenly primness. Her eyes told another story. If this child had been anything like Mellie, Hugh's daughter must have hated all the watchful eyes keeping her from her fun. Did children wear much jewelry back then? Or did she have all this on just for the portrait? What if it's a piece of clothing like that shawl she's wearing? Even if it survived, where could he have hidden it?
Before Coop could reply, my phone vibrated, indicating a text. Thinking my mom needed me, I pulled it from my pocket. But it was from Taylor. I found the perfect location. Dad said he'll pay the deposit. How soon can you get back here? I should have leaped for joy. Instead, my gaze darted to Coop's face. As disappointment flashed across it, I knew he'd read the message. His expression shut, closing like a door. My stomach hurt, and not in a good way. Well, Coop took a couple of steps back from me, his right hand tapping his thigh. My head spun in a conflicting whirlwind of wishes and wants. Why must I always be pulled in different directions? Why couldn't all the good things I dreamed of be in the same place? I tried to swallow, but it came out as a hiccup. The sound seemed to fuel Coop. He took 2 steps, pulled me in his arms, and pressed his lips to mine. The thrilling fire I'd become used to from his touch was still there, but muted, overpowered by something else, something deeper and richer that was less about nerve endings and more about who I was when I was with him, what we were together, and what I could not be without him. "I'll give you an hour to stop that," I whispered, when he broke the kiss and I could speak again. I thought I had more time. He brushed his fingers across my cheek and into my hair, his tender hand cupping my head. "Do what you think is best for you, and I'll support any decision you make, but..." "But..." Coop touched his lips to mine again, so lightly this time it almost tickled. He pulled back and took a breath. "I'm in love with you, Lia." He turned and strode away. I'm not sure how I muddled my way through the tea. As if Coop's parting words hadn't been enough, my stupid phone kept vibrating in my pocket. I should have texted Taylor back right away. A month ago, I would have. I'd have been planning to get back to Sacramento tomorrow. It'd been the focus of all our energies since our senior year. I studied my guests. Their compliments about the beautiful room and the delicious food only fed my confusion. Several had even asked if the tea would be a regular event. My event. Mom had left the whole thing up to me. I'd turned into that stupid rope in a tug-of-war again. For 2 years, I'd put all my creative energy on making a dessert boutique with Taylor. We knew Old Sac, with its abundance of tourists, would be a great spot for it. Before news of the inheritance had come, Dad had helped us with a marketing plan, and Taylor's father had showed us how to put together a financial plan. If he agreed with the location enough to help with the deposit, I needed to return to Sacramento to make my dream a reality and leave this amazing place, leave my family, leave Coop. I'm in love with you, Lia. My insides went all squishy, and it took everything in me not to cry. When the tea ended, I greeted everyone as they left and thanked them for their gracious compliments. I told them I hoped they'd come again, that my parents were indeed considering a holiday event. Everyone chattered about it as they left. Numbly, I began collecting the dirty dishes until Mom showed up with her helpers. Astute as ever, she must have noticed my dark mood and shot me some concerned looks. With her workers around, she said nothing. After restoring the library, I plugged along the rest of the day, gradually checking off the items on the list. Occasionally, I'd catch glimpses of him working with my dad or brothers. Coop didn't meet my gaze, but if we looked at each other at the same time, he didn't look away either. He neither frowned nor smiled. His attempt at neutrality? To let me decide without pressure? By the time the first star of the evening came into view, the guests were settling down on their blankets or chairs in anticipation of the fireworks show. I surveyed the grounds, full of laughing families. In the distance, Heath pulled the boys away from where the pyrotechnicians were making final adjustments to the fireworks. The volunteer fire department stood nearby, all suited up, their equipment ready. "We can sit here." I pointed Melly to the blankets Mom had set out for the family. Off to the side, on the outside edge of the crowd, Coop sat with his parents. "I'm too tired." Melly took my hand and tugged on it. "Don't you want to watch the fireworks, sweetie?" "No, I want to go to bed." Melly's last word broke into an almost sob. Mom usually made sure my little sister took a nap. I doubted there'd been time today, so I lifted her chin, where the dim light exaggerated the shadows under her eyes. "We can go inside, but it's still going to be noisy." "I don't care." "All right." Waving my hand, I got my mother's attention and pointed at Melly and then the castle. Mom nodded and then had to turn away to answer a guest's question. Inside, the citadel seemed especially still after the chaos outside. Melly would have crawled into my bed, still in clothes, if I hadn't insisted she'd change into her PJs. Her head had barely hit the pillow when her breathing slowed. Poor baby. I lay beside her, but didn't get under the covers. When the fireworks began, the castle's thick stones muffled the explosions, the lights only a dull glow against my window. Melly didn't stir, but I couldn't sleep. My mind rolled the same question around over and over. Stay or leave? Even though Taylor had texted 3 more times, I still couldn't bring myself to reply. Once I did, I'd be committed. Chapter 26. Hugh paced back and forth on the turret, his nerves stretched. The longer these people stayed here, the more they made the citadel their home, the more pinched he felt, like a vice squeezing his existence away. If the stone was no longer here, he could not shake off a sense of desperation. He must find it, soon. Another explosion burst into the sky, raining a glorious stream of colours. Had it not been for the earlier frivolity, he might have thought the castle was under attack. The celebrations he had seen as a young man during his first visit to London were pathetic next to this display here. Must the Americans do everything on a grand scale? Hugh paused in his pacing and rubbed his chin. Perhaps therein lay his problem. Why they paid him no heed. His efforts had been too small. Well, if they needed a grand gesture, he would give them a grand gesture. Yes, a lovely grand haunt. Chapter 27. I woke with a start. I'd only fallen asleep once the fireworks had stopped, still in my clothes. But my sleep had been restless. My dreams, nightmares really, had been variations of me staying and disappointing Taylor, or me leaving and disappointing my family, and Coop. Exhausted, I stared at the dark ceiling. More noise, a clatter this time, right outside my door. I sat up. The moonlight made Melly's eyes shine. I put my finger to my lips. "It's just the boys," she mumbled and rolled over again. Well, I was just done with this nonsense. All my earlier sympathy for Hugh fled. Lame ghost. Lame. Juvenile little brothers trying to capture him. I threw back the covers and stomped across the room. Melly made a shushing sound, and I hesitated at the door. Right, there was no point in waking Mom and Dad. But really, this had to stop. I turned the handle and opened the door as quietly as I could. None of the doors in the family wing creaked anymore. Dad had seen to that, though Mom had made a snarky comment about how it had probably helped the boys in their nighttime escapades. On the hallway floor, near my feet, sat a piece from a suit of armor. A bluish light was turning the corner. I tracked it through the newly enlarged windows of the south wing, past Coop's design workstation. The glow appeared to be heading toward the library. Time to have a word with Sir Hugh. I ran after it, having to skirt a couple more bits of armor. Did he mean to play Hansel and Gretel by leaving a trail of armor instead of breadcrumbs? Hugh might think himself clever, but I was going to give him a piece of my mind. Like we didn't have enough of a mess to clean up already. We didn't need to have him adding to our work. The light disappeared into the library, and the door slammed shut. I stopped there and listened. From the racket inside, he must be throwing the armor around the room while muttering to himself. Had he tripped a trap set by the boys? He'd better not damage anything. It didn't matter. It was time for this guy to go into the light, even if I had to throw him there myself. My breathing had grown heavier, but I lifted my chin, fueled by my fatigue and wrenching indecision about Coop. I gathered up years of experience watching my mom boss around Dad's work crews. With a jerk, I ripped open the library door and marched into the room. Sir Hugh sat on a chair, rubbing his shin. Could a ghost feel pain? "How dare you?" I demanded, hands planted on my hips in my best mother imitation. He spun his head to look at me. "How dare I?" He rose to what must have been his full height. The dimness made it hard to tell if he meant to intimidate me by floating off the ground. His bluish glow, combined with the moonlight, gave everything an eerie radiance. I had to admit, it was pretty impressive. Hugh came closer, but I stood my ground. "How dare I?" he asked again. "I am the 6th Baron Lia Savage, and this is my home. I have every right to be here. You are the usurper." No. Sorry to break the news to you, dude. I stepped closer to him, putting on a fierce glare. "You're dead." I spoke the words slowly, like he might not understand. I pointed to the portrait of the fireplace. "Go to the light. Go away and be with your family." I think Sir Hugh's face had gone red because his bluish, ghostly light had turned it into the oddest shade of purple instead. With the round baldness at the top of his head, it reminded me of a giant grape. "Lia?" Mellie's little voice came from behind me, soft and scared. "I will show you." Hugh moved before I could grab her. With a frightening growl, he blew through me. Literally, right through me. My entire body went cold. And like a video game champion, I stood frozen in place, stunned. I couldn't even move my mouth to scream. "Lia!" Mellie wailed from behind me, the sound flying away. Gone. Chapter 28. It only took a second before my body became my own again. As feelings returned to my legs, I stumbled and nearly tripped on one of the armor bits. After steadying myself, I dashed out the door. The hallway sat empty. I couldn't even hear Mellie scream anymore. Holding back the shriek, fighting to get out of my chest, I fumbled to pull the phone from my pocket. I texted Coop. "Hugh has Mellie." He responded immediately. "Coming." I sprinted to the family wing. In front of my open bedroom door, I paused, gasping for breath. What if I just had a sleepwalking dream? Holding my breath, I checked inside the room. The bed stood empty, Mellie's little princess doll lying on the floor. As I ran across the hall to the boys' room, it took all my strength not to blubber. I threw open the door. "Wake up, you guys," I cried. "The ghost has Melly."
What?
Joel sat up in his bed.
No way.
Eli leapt out of his. "We have to find her," they said together.
What's all the racket?
Heath stood in the hallway, blinking as he fumbled to put on his glasses.
The ghost took Melly,
Joel said, stumbling into his shoes. "Not that again." Heath turned to go back into his room. "She's gone." I grabbed for his arm, but only caught the edge of the fabric. "She was with me in the library, and..." My voice cracked. "What were you doing in the library in the middle of the night?" he asked with a frown. I pointed down the hallway, littered with pieces of armor. Heath turned an accusatory glare at the boys. "Are you kidding me?" Eli had turned all righteous indignation. "We didn't take her." Dad's bedroom door burst open. "There'd better be a good reason all my children are waking me in the middle of the night." "I can't find Melly," I said with a silent prayer that Heath wouldn't say anything about Hugh. While Dad stood momentarily speechless, Mom hustled around him, already giving orders to everyone about where to look. By the time we'd checked the rooms in the family wing, the 3 Montgomerys had arrived. We all hurried off to search the west wing. Only when we couldn't find my sister inside the castle did my parents freak. Mom burst into tears, talking about Melly wandering into the woods and getting eaten by a wild animal or dying of exposure. Mrs. Montgomery put a soothing arm around her. Dad called Captain Lee, the head of the volunteer fire department, for help while the rest of the family and I went to get our jackets. Something kept tickling my mind, like a memory on the edge of my vision. I needed to do something. But what? I made it back to the kitchen and found Coop waiting there. "Pop's gone to get flashlights and batteries," he said. "What happened?" I explained. Where would he have taken her, though? Why would he have taken her? My dad pounded down the stairs at the same time. Mr. Montgomery burst into the kitchen, his arms loaded with flashlights. Coop helped spread them on the table while I opened a package of batteries. The images of what had happened in the library replayed in my mind, and the feeling kept pressing on me to do something else. But what else could I do? By the time the other volunteer firefighters and a bunch of village residents, including Trace and Dee Dee, had answered Captain Lee's call for help, we had the flashlights working. He and Dad divided the volunteers into sections and sent us off to search the grounds and then the woods. They assigned Coop and me to the group led by the captain. As soon as I stepped outside of the castle to gather with the others, the weird pressure got stronger. Stay. I told myself it was just the stress, yet with every step I took toward the east woods, my lungs struggled to take in air, the muscles in my legs cramping. It got harder to walk, and I lagged behind. Was I going crazy? I bent over, my hands on my knees, trying to breathe. "Are you all right?" Coop put a hand on my back. "I have to go back," I gasped. Straightening, I took a backward step toward the castle. As soon as I did, the stiffness in my legs and the tightness in my chest eased. I took a deep breath. "Hugh has her." "You already said that." Looking conflicted, Coop glanced at the others in our group who'd reached the woods. "I saw him snatch her, Coop. If he's tied to the castle, why would he take her into the woods?" As soon as I said the words aloud, the need to return to the citadel hit me again, this time almost like a physical punch. I staggered back a step away from him. "You two need to stay with the group," Captain Lee shouted from the edge of the dark forest. "The last thing we need is to have to search for you guys, too." "All right," Coop called to the fire captain, but said to me, "We already searched the castle." "We missed something." "What's wrong?" Dee Dee asked, coming toward us. "I have to go to the citadel." I took another step backward, firm in my decision now. She nodded, looking in that direction, her eyes unfocused. "Yes, You're needed there. Dee Dee met my gaze. Go.
I didn't wait, but turned around. I'm coming with you, Coop said, and we broke into a run. The kitchen door stood open, and we rushed through the rooms to the great hall, where we slowed. I paused to catch my breath. Coop watched me, waiting, his face confident that I knew what to do. Something soft and warm, with the smell that reminded me of the flowery fragrance of Millie's favorite shampoo, swirled around me, urging me toward the west wing. To the library. I took his hand, and we ran. After clambering up the stairs yet again, we stepped through the door and into the room. I'd left on the light.
Wow, did he toss all this armor around?
Coop asked with a frown. Yep. Following the sense of gentle pressure, I moved to the fireplace. My hair swirled around me like it had our first day here. I gasped, and Coop's mouth dropped open. Can you feel it? I whispered.
Yeah.
Coop stood still as though afraid movement would scare our ghostly presence away. My instincts told me this something, or someone, was trying to help us, and it didn't feel the same as either time I'd seen Hugh in this room. I took a deep breath. It smelled so much like my sister, but if it were her, did that mean... My knees went weak, and I grabbed Coop's arm. Not that, please. Mellie, I whispered against a lump in my throat. A slight rustling, almost like fabric, came from behind us, and we whirled around. The room stood empty, except for Coop and me. I tried to calm my racing heart. I would not believe the presence could be a dead Mellie. What do you want me to see? I kept my voice calm. Something soft brushed by my cheek, almost like a finger pointing toward the portrait. I stepped closer. The last time I examined the picture, I'd focused on the little family. Now my attention was drawn to one of the beautifully carved stones in the fireplace behind them. Almost all the rooms in the Citadel had fireplaces, but the ones in the West Wing guest rooms had mantels with intricately carved bricks and artistic patterns in many other stones, like the one Mellie had admired our first day here.
What are we looking at?
Coop whispered. The stonework, I think. I examined the mantel in the picture. It looked to be the same as the one before us.
Ah.
Coop breathed.
Something behind the stones? Wouldn't the construction workers have found anything hidden?
Something ruffled his hair, and he snapped his mouth shut. I searched between the painted stones in the portrait and the real ones in the fireplace. The back and forth motion made me feel a little sick. I closed my eyes for a few seconds. As soon as I opened them again, I saw it. One of the painted stones had a distinct pattern, the variation subtle from the mantel before me. What kind of plan had they used when they'd taken the Citadel apart and then put it back together again? Had a tired stonemason plastered some bricks in the wrong place? Is this it? I touched the carved block in the painting, for the first time recognizing the uniqueness of its carvings. Does this hide something? A strand of my hair pulled like someone had given it a gentle tug. You saw that, right?
Oh, yeah,
Coop said, his voice as soft as mine. I snapped a picture of the stone with my phone, then moved back to see the entire fireplace better. As I scanned the bricks, I remembered the large Lego sets the boys used to get for their birthdays and Christmas. They'd been meticulous at assembling the projects according to the instructions. Unfortunately, they'd made the mistake of taking one of them apart and letting the pieces get mixed in with the rest of the Legos. The twins hadn't been able to recreate the toy again. I shivered, and Coop put an arm around my shoulders.
What?
He asked. We have to find that stone. Somewhere, mixed among all the artistically placed
carved masonry in the citadel, was Sir Hugh's missing Lego piece. Chapter 29. The sweet little girl fragrance wafted around us. Do you smell it?
It smells like Melly.
My eyes stung, and I blinked rapidly. Hugh had not made Melly into a ghost, too. But what was helping us? I examined the room intently, wondering if I'd see a form like I had that time with Hugh. Nothing. Do you know where it is? I asked the entity. My answer came as a now familiar, feather-light touch on my cheek. Can you take us to it? What followed turned into a frustrating process of trying to understand the ghostly signals. Differentiating between floors drove me crazy. Sometimes I wanted to scream. Finally, in front of a door near the middle of the hallway on the 3rd floor, everything stopped. Coop and I stood still, waiting for the next signal. Nothing came. Maybe here? I touched the doorknob with my fingertips. No response, but I got no other impression either. I nodded to Coop, who slowly opened the door, watching me for any sign. Nothing. We eased into the room, pausing after every couple of steps. Only when I moved closer to the fireplace did I finally sense something. And it wasn't toward the fireplace. Instead, I felt drawn toward a huge antique armoire. That wall? I asked. Nothing. Biting back my frustration so hard it made my jaw hurt, I took a breath and moved toward the fireplace. An overwhelming need came over me to go toward the furniture again. I guess it's here, I said.
On the wall? Coop asked. Or behind the dresser?
I think... I paused, listening. Behind?
Of course it is, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why not have the ghost, or whatever this spirit thing is, lead us to the right stone behind the heaviest piece of furniture in the citadel? Coop removed his jacket.
Maybe it can go through walls and found it that way?
I took one end, but Coop shook his head.
He opened the large doors and took out the drawers first. It still weighed a ton, but he walked it away from the wall enough to fit behind it. Some stonemason in the past had mortared a single carved stone near the floor. Is this it? I pulled out my phone. Come look. He grabbed the flashlight from his jacket pocket and knelt beside me. I held the picture on my phone next to the carving. They were the same. Now what? I felt the mortar around the stone. It wasn't looser than any of the plain ones.
Hang on. Your dad and I were doing some work in the next room.
Coop got up and jogged away. He returned with a toolbox.
I'll need some room.
I moved out of the way, and he took my place, carrying a chisel and a mallet. Coop went to work breaking away the mortar. At first, he didn't seem to make much progress. I knew from working with my dad that some old concrete, and I assumed mortar too, could turn harder as it aged. Once Coop got a good crack in it, though, it only took a few more hard hits for the stone to come loose. A couple more, and he slid it free from the wall.
It doesn't feel right, like its balance is off. Maybe that's why the workers hit it here at the bottom.
Coop hefted it, then tilted it back and forth. Finally, he handed it to me with a shrug.
Any ideas?
Let's ask. I held it up. Can you help? Something brushed my fingers under the stone. I turned it over. The only thing I saw was a tiny indentation. I tried pressing my index finger against it, but nothing happened.
Use this.
Coop handed me a ballpoint pen. I pressed it into the indentation, and a clever drawer popped out of it. Coop held the box so I could open the small drawer the rest of the way. The aged but still soft quilting fabric inside must have acted to muffle the sound of the necklace inside the brick. A little thrill ran through me. It looked just like the one the child had worn in the portrait. Now we just have to find Hugh and my sister. The melly fragrance got stronger, and I thought I could almost feel little hands pressing on the small of my back, hurrying me. When we stepped from the room, the push shifted toward the northwest tower, the locked one we'd done nothing with yet. Hadn't someone searched it tonight? I couldn't remember if my mom had even found the keys yet. It didn't matter. We had to check. The northwest tower. Clutching the necklace in one hand, I grabbed Coop's with the other, and we ran. Chapter 30. When we reached the last door in the northwest turret, we found it locked. No surprise, but I still wanted to kick it. I had to get to my sister. "I've got this." Coop lifted a foot and smashed his heavy boot into the door. Above us, Melly cried out my name. She was alive. I fought back a primal scream, needing to get through that door to her. Coop kicked it again, harder. He continued to work on it until the wooden door jamb broke. Hand in hand, we took the stairs 2 at a time. At the top of the turret, the clear, dark sky seemed wide open after the closed rooms. The moonlight cast ghostly glow on the scene before us. On the opposite end of the tower, my little sister stood before a kneeling man. I swallowed a sob. His head bowed over his hands, and his shoulders shuddered. Melly didn't leave him, but sent me a pleading look. "Sir Hugh?" I took a step closer. "You can see him?" Coop whispered, squinting. "Yes." I took another step closer. "Sir Hugh, I think I have something you've been looking for." I held up the necklace. "Please don't cry any more, mister." Melly tapped at his shoulder, but her hand brushed through like he was a hologram. "Here's Moira's necklace. You can give it to her." The ghost raised his head at my sister's words. When his gaze met mine, he seemed to fade out even more before coming back into focus. I lifted the necklace higher, and the poor man's entire face lit up. He stood. I think they mixed up the stones when they put the citadel back together. I held it out to him, wondering if the necklace might drop right through his hand. It didn't. "Thank you, my dear," Hugh said. I glanced around. Wasn't it time for the ghostly light show? He had his necklace. I sent Melly a questioning glance. Now what? She smiled, looking behind me. "Come on, Phoebe." I spun around and saw her then. My dead little sister, hazy and faded, but there. A knot in my throat choked me, and my lips trembled. How often had I dreamed of seeing her again? Coop sucked in his breath, so he must have seen her too. With an impish grin, Phoebe ducked her little head as she walked by me, just like she used to do when still alive after she'd done something she shouldn't. My eyes watered. I wiped at them, afraid she'd disappear. She paused and brushed her fingers along mine, making the hair on my arm stand. I reached out to touch her, but it was like trying to touch a cloud. She moved beside Melly, who looked so much older now, even though it had only been 2 years since Phoebe's death. Melly acted like she could feel her twin's hand as she placed it in Hugh's. "Mister, Phoebe is going to take you to your little Moira," Melly said. "I'll bet she'll be glad to have you back." She turned to Phoebe with a quivering chin. "You'll be good. I'll watch over you." "Okay." With a soft sob, Melly stepped back and pressed against me. Her cold shoulders shook. I started to pull off my jacket, but Coop had already scooped her up. He slid her inside his coat against his warm chest. After wrapping her up, he put his other arm around me. When I looked up again, a strange haze had developed. Phoebe and Hugh now rose in the air above the tower. The roiling mist grew until it merged with incoming clouds, reminding me of the way the fog crept over the San Francisco hills. "Thank you, sweetie," I called. "I love you." The two shapes transformed into Sir Hugh's signature blue mist, swirling and mixing with the clouds until they were gone. "I'm going to miss her." Melly turned her face into Coop's shoulder. Phoebe's leaving burned like it had when we'd lost her before. I kissed Melly's hair and cried with her. Coop simply held us. In the distance came the sound of voices. The searchers had returned from the woods.
"We have to let them know she's safe."
Coop set Melly down, handed me the flashlight, and took off his coat. He wrapped it around her while I went to the tower crenel. "We found Melly!" I shouted, waving the flashlight toward the voices. It took a couple more tries, but they finally heard and broke into a run toward the tower. I typed a quick text to my dad and clicked send. "Phoebe's been with us all this time?" I asked Melly. "It was too hard to let her go." She shivered a little. "She stayed for me, but she wanted to go to the light for a long time." "Why now, then?" I knelt and pulled Coop's big jacket tighter around her. "She said I'd be okay, and she could watch over me." Melly gave a sad little shrug. "How are we going to explain this?" I asked. "Don't tell. They'll say we made it up." Melly looked first at Coop and then at me.
"What about Eli and Joel?" he asked. "They already believe."
"Okay."
Melly shook a finger at us.
"But just them."
I snorted. "No one else would believe us anyway."
"I know what. I'll tell them I went looking for a spindle in the tower and got locked in." She clapped her hands and gave a little jump. "I'll say Coop was my prince and saved me, just like he did the first day." Our parents called Melly from downstairs. Slipping out of the too large jacket, she skipped away, leaving us alone.
"Well, I did it again."
Coop stared at the mess of a door. "You do have a habit of kicking in doors, don't you, Mr. Montgomery?" I laced my fingers with his.
"Not normally."
He gave a wry smile. I turned to face him, still holding his hand. "How much of that were you able to see?"
"Not much, until Phoebe showed up."
"Who knew we'd brought our own ghost with us?" We gazed at each other in silence for a few seconds, and he shifted uncomfortably.
"Look, Lia, I'm sorry about what I said earlier."
He ran his free hand through his hair, talking fast.
"I didn't mean to look at your text, I promise, but I panicked when I saw it."
As I watched him, nervous and worried, my chest seemed to swell. How could I leave here? Leave him? I closed my eyes and listened to my heart. The answer flooded me with warmth. All my future was here. I stepped even closer to him. "Was it true?" I whispered, reaching up to cup his cheek with my palm. "What you said?"
"That I love you?" "Yes."
His voice was equally soft.
"Look, I've been giving this a lot of thought. I'll get a job in Sacramento. I can't be somewhere you're not."
"No, not Sacramento. Stay here." I stood on my tiptoes so I could pull his face close to mine. "With me, because I love you too." His soft lips found mine. He pulled me to him like he feared I'd get away. The sense of contentment I'd experienced earlier fired up. I pressed closer, and he held me tighter. The phone in my pocket rang with a familiar song, and I groaned. Coop broke the kiss.
"I remember that tune," he said. "It's Taylor."
"Now that I've made a decision, I need to take this," I said, accepting the video call. Taylor took one look at Coop with his arm around my shoulders and cried. "I knew it! You've decided to stay there with him, haven't you?"
"Nice to see you too, Taylor," he said with a chuckle.
She grinned. "I'm happy for you too." "I'm so sorry," I cried, my heart aching at what this must be doing to her plans. "Oh, don't worry," Taylor waved her hand dismissively. "As much as you've talked about Coop the last few weeks, I've had a feeling I'd lose you to him. I've already got a couple of other people from culinary school who are interested." "Really?" The sound of voices neared, and I said, "We've just had a little drama here. I'll have to tell you about everything tomorrow." "I want all the juicy details." Taylor winked at Coop and disconnected. "Am I really that obvious?" I asked.
"You weren't to me."
Coop wrapped me in his arms again and searched my face.
"Did you really mean it?"
"That I love you? Yes." He responded by pressing his lips to mine again, and the warmth of his embrace made my heart sing. A sense of coming home seemed to encircle me, and I pulled my love even closer.
Thank you for listening to Ghost of an Inheritance, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been Ghost of an Inheritance by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2022 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.